This album is actually the first Christmas album I did for PGN Music. I've always been a huge fan of Christmas music, and I find that too much Christmas music, well, for years and years and years, too much Christmas music was done in like a pop, bubblegum pop, R&B style. Well, if you've ever had the opportunity to see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, they're fucking amazing. So I commissioned, I want to say 9 artists to do 10 tracks. I think one artist did 2 tracks for me. And I love the orchestra. I always have. And so several of the people that worked on Steampunk Dreams for me worked on Have Yourself a Very Epic Christmas. So I like the fact that we have the same Christmas carol in jazz, fantasy, epic orchestra, lo-fi, EDM. Yeah. So we have the same song in 5 different genres. Some 6 genres. So, well, the United States government might reopen sometime this week. The Senate, 8 Senate Democrats voted to break the filibuster. Dick Durbin, Tim Kaine, John Fetterman, Jeanne Shaheen, Maggie Hassan, Catherine Maestro, Jackie Rosen, and August King split with the Democratic leadership. But here's what kind of baffles me. Mike Johnson has told the members of the House of Representatives that they're on a 36-hour notice to be back in Washington. And they need to be back in Washington within 36 hours for a vote, because the Senate didn't vote on the bill. The Senate voted to vote on the bill. If that makes much sense. But the Senate voted to vote on the bill. What they did is they broke the filibuster. So now, after breaking the filibuster, they have to debate the bill. But they haven't decided how long they're going to debate the bill. I respect the parliamentarian process in the Senate. I respect it because it's designed to not allow a party that suddenly finds itself in power to just ramrod through a bunch of different bills. In the House, you could have the price to move option in the House. Somebody brought this up. It's out of committee. We're going to vote on it. Vote. The debate is 1 minute. 1 minute each side. Vote. Go. Let's do it. Next one out of committee. I mean, theoretically in the House, you could have 8 votes in a day. If you had all the ducks lined up in a row. In an 8-hour workday, you could get 8 votes in. You can't do that in the Senate. In the Senate, there's always an agreed upon amount of time. Agreed upon time that they'll debate. So the Senate cleared its first key hurdle towards reopening the government. Now senators need to agree on how long to debate before voting on the final bill. This could move quickly, or it could be held up by senators who want to drag out the process. Rand Paul voted against advancing the measure, wants a vote on an amendment related to hemp grown in his state. This is an asshole right here. Okay? This is what I call those selfish assholes. You want a vote on an amendment for hemp grown in Kentucky when you're talking about reopening the federal government. Rand Paul is a fucking jackass. The federal government should not be involved at all about hemp being grown in a state. Period. That should be, that is, by the 10th Amendment, the state of Kentucky can grow hemp if they want to grow hemp. You don't need the federal government's permission, because even if there's a federal law on the books that says they can't, which there probably is, you turn around and you challenge that through the Supreme Court and say, hey, there's a law in the books. The way the process is supposed to work is, if there's a law on the books, you challenge it through the Supreme Court. Here's the best part. The bill would fund the government until January 30th. I want a vote on Senator Kennedy's. If the government shuts down, senators and congressmen can't get paid. House Speaker Mike Johnson has to sell this package to his razor-thin majority and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who has vowed to fight the package because it does not go as far as he wanted on Democrat healthcare demands, will try to convince his more moderate members not to support it. So let me get this straight. Let me just understand. Well, I understand. Let me help everybody else understand. The government has been shut down for 6 weeks. And now, because it has to go back to the House may not pass the Senate version. The House version went to the Senate. The Senate votes, now it has to send it back to the House. I thought Mike Johnson said he wasn't reconvening the House until the bill they passed went to the president, which I actually thought was a good idea. You pass the bill, the Senate can vote it up or vote it down. They can vote it down 18 times if they want, but it's the only bill you're getting. I would not be surprised now if the Senate bill doesn't pass through the House, because that would just make sense. Some of the things that they included is Senate Democrats got the Senate version of the bill to include federal employees who had been laid off will be and those who had been rifted, those who had been furloughed, those who had been fired, their positions terminated, will be reinstated and paid retroactively. Now, I'm going to say how adamant I am, adamantly against retroactive pay that I am. If you are always going to retroactively pay federal workers for the 6 weeks they didn't go to work, then why not make them go to work if they want to be paid? Look, we can't pay you on Friday, but any hours you work, when the government reopens, we will pay you. So the ones that go to work get paid for the hours they did, and the ones that don't go to work don't get paid. And then let's talk about the idea that if your job hasn't been needed for 6 fucking weeks, I don't think your job is that mission essential. And the only people that should work for the federal government are people whose jobs are mission essential. What is your job? It's like that Arnold Schwarzenegger kindergarten cop scene. Who is your daddy and what does he do? My daddy sits in an office and signs things that have already been signed by 6 other people, and he signs them so that the ninth guy can sign them. Maybe your job doesn't need to be there. Too many times in my time in the military, I found processes that were just bloated with people that didn't need to be involved. Like, why are you involved in this? I used to hate it when people would bring me shit. They'd bring me stuff, they'd knock on my door, and they'd say, I need you to sign this. I said, what is it? Oh, it's just a routing form. Well, what's in the package? Nothing important. Give me that. They'd stand there and be like, I'll sign it and I'll get it to the next office. Well, we're really trying to hand walk it through today. You ain't then, and I'd say to the people that would be at my office or be at my cubicle or be wherever, I'd say, if you're walking up to my office and you want me to pencil with my signature on it, that ain't gonna happen. But if I don't need to sign this, take me right off the cord sheet, the coordination sheet. Well, you need to sign it. Well, then I need to review it. And I always would I loved being a first lieutenant and a second lieutenant, where I'd get some tech sergeant say, well, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. And I would just point behind me on the wall, because on my wall behind me, I had 2 certificates framed. I had my NCO induction certificate and my Form 9 that made me an officer. So when a sergeant would say to me, oh, you don't need to read it, you don't need to concern yourself with it, I would just point to the NCO induction certificate and I'd go back to reading it. Because if you need my signature on it, obviously I need to fucking read it. And then if I didn't need to read it, I refused to coordinate on it. I would say, this has 0 impact on my function, I'm not signing it. I had a stock memo on my desktop. Double click, it auto-filled in the date. I have been asked to cord on, and I type in the cord number. I'm not cording on it because it, as presented, it has absolutely no impact. Therefore, you shouldn't need my signature. Not trying to be a dick, but I'm not going to say that I approve something when it doesn't. I don't have a dog in the fight. Because I don't want to cord on it in January, and then in like October, they add some extra rider. And I'm like, whoa, I don't agree to that. And they said, well, you corded on it in January. Well, in fucking January, that rider wasn't there. I don't agree with that now. Well, everybody else has already coordinated on it. Well, tough shit. We're going to do it again. I feel bad, though, because it is the wrong time of year for people to not, like, there are people being impacted on their holiday travel. Some people start traveling for the holidays early, and they spend 2-3 weeks with family. They spend 2-3 weeks with family. They cut 10% of all the flights because they need to reduce air density by 10% because they don't have enough air traffic controllers. Well, that hurts the consumer that's trying to get somewhere cheap. If you're not aware of this, when airlines offer a really, really good deal, so here's STL, here's MCO. For Southwest Airlines, there aren't really any good deals for this rotation. And the reason why there's not really any good deals for that rotation is because they have aircraft and air crews. I've talked to the people at Southwest just because I'm bored. They have 2 dedicated air crew. Well, I'm sorry. Every day there's 2 dedicated air crews. There's more than 2 dedicated air crews total, but every day there's 2 dedicated air crews. Pilot flies from St. Louis to Orlando, back to St. Louis, back to Orlando, back to St. Louis. Another team does the afternoon shifts. There's not really any deals to be offered because they don't need to move a plane. They have the spares, they have the planes there. Where you get the deal is like St. Louis to Chicago, because they want to move the plane to Chicago so they can do Chicago nonstop to Orlando and then back to St. Louis. I see Trump might be trying to send people stimulus checks with some of or all of the tariff income. Nothing says Merry Christmas like a big bump to inflation. If you gave a stimulus check and if you gave a stimulus check out of the tariff money and the retailers were smart, there would be no inflation. And the reason why there would be no inflation is that money, the people have already been hurt by the tariff. So you would be rolling back inflation with a tariff stimulus check. You would be putting back into the economy. You'd be putting money back into the economy that was already taken out of the economy. And as long as the retailers didn't raise their prices, there wouldn't be a second bump to inflation. But what would happen is the retailers would no doubt see that there was going to be a surge in money and either raise prices or not reduce prices as much as they normally would. Was he not going to use the tariff money to pay down the debt? Paying down the debt with the tariff money is absolutely fucking pointless. You're trying to empty the ocean with a thimble. Unless think of it this way. His big beautiful bucket of bullshit had a $2 trillion deficit in it. What's putting a couple of $100 billion on a national debt? Yeah, the tariffs only brought in $200 billion. So let's just do simple math. 240 million people live in America. 60 million of those people aren't eligible for a stimulus check. Except it's 340 billion or 340 million, not 240. So you got 280 million people, right? What are you looking at? If you spent all of it, $100 each. Because you can't, well, $1,000 each. But you can't spend all of it. $714 each. You can't spend it all, but if you did spend it all, it'd be about $714 per American. Yeah, but you can't do $2,000 each because $2,000 doesn't. If he's trying to do he's not gonna give it to every American. He's gonna give it to every working American. So then, it'd be about $1,129 each. There's about 177 million people in the American workforce. So, yeah, he needs to borrow some money to do it. We're gonna fix our problem by raising the debt. America is really getting close to the point that the American dollar is going to be worthless because it doesn't buy anything anymore. Like, I hate to say this, but 5 years ago when they gave out those stimulus checks, those $3,000 stimulus checks solved some of your problems for you. Your $3,000 stimulus check solved the problem of you don't need to pay. Well, hold on. Before I say $3,000, I think I'm combining the two checks. Hold on. I want to double check a fact. Because I keep saying 3,000, but I think that's the conjoined number. 1,200 per income tax filer, 500 per child. $600 per tax filer, $600 per child, and then $1,400 per tax filer, $1,400 per child. So $3,200. $3,200 is what people got. That is the right number. So, because I think the one time, the first time I got like $3,400. The second time I got $2,400. The problem is, this was the reward for tariffs to Americans. If they have to borrow money to give it out, then it ruins the whole point. No, it wasn't the reward for tariffs for Americans. Americans are paying more for their products because of how percentage-based math works. This is because you have a guy who doesn't understand how tariffs work. Donald Trump does not understand how tariffs work and his whole administration doesn't understand how tariffs work because they constantly, while testifying to Congress, in interviews, they say, well, sometimes the exporter pays them. The exporter only pays the tariff if the exporter agrees to pay the tariff. Do you know how the exporter pays the tariff? By lowering the price that they sell it to the American company for. The American company still pays the tariff. I just lower the price of, I lower the value of the item on the paperwork. This goes from being a $12 item to a $10 item. That's it. I sell this to you for 10 instead of 12. You still pay the dollar tariff, but I lowered the price from 12 to 10 so that you don't pay a $1.20 tariff. And then guess what? I agree to sell it to you for 10 instead of 12, so you save 20 cents. But then you give me 5 cents for every unit sold. Or you give me 50 cents for every unit sold. Because then that doesn't get tariffed. This was an 11th hour attempt to win approval with the US populace. We're not too far from the midterms to do it now. We are in the beginning of we've started midterm election cycle. Midterm election cycle starts the day after the inauguration election. Remember, last week was election day, and now we are in the thick of the one-year campaign cycle. The last thing you want, remember, public perception is all in polls. The last thing you want is to poll weak in the first month of the election cycle. Because if you fall behind, you stay behind. There's a Illinois representative running in Northern Illinois. She got offended because she can't raise any money. She's running for Congress with a nose ring. She can't get any funding. She's running as a Democrat. And there's another person running as a Democrat. And that person is just gobbling up all the fundraising money, all the donation money. And this woman's on TikTok saying, well, it's not fair. And people are like, you have a nose ring. You can't represent, you're trying to be my representative with a nose ring. Like, if I ran for politics, I would never wear a short sleeve shirt. I would always have a long sleeve shirt on. Why? Because trying to get some votes by the fact that I have tats, because as dumb as it sounds, some people would That's their thing. Oh, I want to vote for this guy because he believes in freedom of expression. It would cost me more in the end. The fuck does it matter if somebody has tats or a nose ring? I give a shit about what they say. I give a shit about their plans, their politics, what's their purpose. But thirst is nothing, or image is nothing. Thirst is everything, except in politics. Yeah, the Reds gave me $3,000 this week, so I'm voting red. The truth of the matter is they didn't give you anything. They took your money and then they gave it back to you. But you're still not going to get back as much as they took. Because Walmart, and I use this example, and it's the best example you could do. Walmart buys a banana for $1, sells it for $2, makes $1 profit. You raise their cost to $1.10, so they raise their price to $2.20. So now, when they sell that product, they're making $1.20 in profit. So they don't want to have that image, so they only raise their price by 8%. They're still making $1.16 in profit. Obviously, Walmart didn't need to raise their prices on the bananas to $2.16. They could have raised the cost of the bananas to $2.10 and kept their $1 profit, but they didn't. The cost of milk went up. Why did the cost of milk go up? We don't import milk. Why did the price of eggs go up? We don't import eggs. I mean, some of the places along the Canadian border do, but overall, national average, we don't import eggs. We don't, import milk. The price of that shit went up. Why did the price of beef go up? Well, because we don't produce enough beef domestically in this country, and we export a lot of the beef that we make in this country because it's better cut of meat, so other countries buy it because their cows aren't as big, so they don't have those thick cuts. So we were importing shit beef to grind up into ground beef, and then the tariffs make it impossible to import. Ground beef is now $8 a fucking pound. I used to pay $8.99 for 2.5 pounds of ground beef. The price of ground beef is fucking doubled. Thank President Trump for that. His stupid ass tariffs are responsible for that. All these people are like, this Brazil thing is hurting the ranchers. I haven't seen one fucking rancher complain. I haven't seen one fucking rancher complain. Now I've seen soy farmers complain. All this tariff bullshit. Soy farmers were at the 11th hour because China normally buys millions of tons of soy. And China wasn't buying any. What ranchers are complaining? I've seen them complain about not having enough local beef processing plants. Right. That's what they're complaining about. They're complaining about, hey, your illegal immigration crackdowns have made it so that the beef processing plant, the meat processing plant, can't process all my beef. I can't do one load, which saves me money. I have to break my shipment up into multiple loads, which costs me money. The beef processing plant is like, well, we only have enough people to run 2 shifts. People are like, well, then they shouldn't have been hiring illegal immigrants. You're right. They shouldn't have. You're absolutely right. But now, it takes time to get people to move near the plant, get employed at the plant, show up to work, get trained, be committed. Working at a meat processing plant is not an easy job. Americans want like 13, 18, 22 bucks an hour to do it. Guess what happens to the cost of your beef when the price for the worker doubles? Your price doubles. Because everybody is caught up on this idea. Well, Walmart doesn't have to raise the price. Yes, they do. Yes, the fuck they do. Because Walmart is not beholden to the customer. Walmart is beholden to the shareholder. People are like, Walmart should give benefits. It's not the corporation itself that doesn't want to give benefits. It's the shareholders. I told you this. If Elon Musk rolled up and gave me $100 billion to make the world a better place, I would start by buying the Disney Corporation. I would, and I mean this, $77 billion. I would start by buying the Disney Corporation. Because the Disney Corporation has its fucking fingers in so many things. I would start by buying the Disney Corporation. Because any change I make at Disneyland, Universal Orlando has to change to match, or then I get the cream of the crop when it comes to employees. I make a change at Disney World, Universal Studios Orlando has to make those same changes. I make changes at movie theaters. They have to make the same changes. That's if people want the job. Too often the people in our country would rather a cushy job over the meat processing. Darb, the really big problem is the people in our country would rather stay on unemployment and benefits. When you make the unemployment and benefits too close to the bottom jobs, you can't fill the bottom jobs. But then we have another problem with our benefits. As I've shared on the show, my uncle has brain cancer. He's in one hospice facility. His wife, my aunt, she's my aunt. He's my uncle by marriage. My aunt, my mom's older sister, fell, broke her leg, broke her arm, broke her shoulder, broke her hip. The more getting information out of my little cousin is like fucking pulling teeth. So my aunt broke bones in 4 parts of her body. She's in assisted living facility. Oh, I think she's still in the hospital right now, but she's going to have to go to an assisted living facility for several weeks. I think her little brother, my other uncle, is going to fly out there and take care of her. My uncle is on Medicare. My uncle is on Social Security. And he has a $5,000 bill for his hospice care. Can I just ask, what is wrong with our system where it's expensive to be poor and dying bankrupts your family? If I had foreseen this coming, I would have told them to get divorced. And he should have given my aunt everything. I'm pretty sure meat processing is nasty work for low wage. You're right, it is nasty work for low wage. Well, the pay similar is the main part. Why wouldn't they pay more if they're having trouble filling the role? I'll show you, Astro. It's simple. Commodities like meat have a make or break point. I don't know what the make or break point is. I'm gonna say that the American people won't pay more. Well, hold on. Let me do a quick check. Let me do 2 quick checks. So right now, the national average for a pound of ground beef is $6.12. And I imagine Like 612 is the national average. Let's call it $11.99 a pound. We're gonna put $11.99 a pound of ground beef as our absolute max Americans will pay. At $12 a pound and higher, we actually sell less by total volume. Well, the thing is, where do Americans think the ground beef comes from? Okay? The ground beef comes from a rancher who has cows, breeds them, raises them, fattens them. So that rancher has to make money or there's no profit for him. And ranchers live on a 10-year cycle. 3 years they don't make any money. 3 years they break even. 3 years they make a profit. And in that 10th year, they either need to break even or make a profit. If they lose money in the 10th year, they lose their ranch. Right? Now, a part of this $11.99 is what goes to pay the rancher. A part of this $11.99 is what goes to pay the meatpacking plant. A part of this $11.99 goes to pay all the different times the meat has to be transported. And then this piece right here is what's left for the store. Well, as you can see, this is probably already getting close to, the $6 mark. The profit margin at Walmart isn't huge. Walmart doesn't make a huge profit margin. Walmart makes profit by volume. Walmart has you come in for the ground beef, which they make very little profit on. It's really narrow sliver of profit, but they make money on the bread. They make money on the bread product because you pay $6.12 national average for a pound of ground beef, which can make you 4 quarter-pound cheeseburgers, right? After cooking, it'll be less than a quarter pounder, but they make a lot bigger profit margin on the bread. Yeah, you got to have a loss leader. But the question becomes, if you pay the meat packing plant guy more, then the rancher is going to look at that equation and say, hold up, your profit margin didn't get higher, but the revenue that you're paying your workers, the amount you're paying your workers went up. So I want the same deal for my ranch hands. If you can afford to pay your people more money, then I want more of a cut so I can pay my people more money. And then the truck driver says, well, I want to get paid more money. The mechanics that work on the truck say, well, I want more money. The Walmart employee says, I want more hours. I want benefits. And pretty soon you've driven the price point of beef up, ground beef, past, and the American says, I can't afford to buy ground beef. You get your protein based on sales. Whatever's cheapest has been what I've been buying. I feel like most of the country is doing the same at this point. Right. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. All the money left over from the $2,000 payments to the low-end middle class or low-end middle income USA citizens from the massive tariff income pouring into our country from foreign countries, which isn't even happening, will be used to substantially pay down national debt. What precisely the fuck is wrong with our country? What is wrong with our politicians? Like, I'm going to show this one as soon as I move it over from my phone. People just voted for this guy for New York mayor. They voted for this guy that promised them free buses. Well, what did I say about the free bus thing? What I said was, the free bus thing is never going to happen. Because the mayor of New York doesn't control the public transit in New York. He doesn't control it.
I cannot believe.
He can't tax people on their income. The only two people that can tax you on your income is the federal government and the state government. A city government can tax you on your property and on your sales, but even then, I can't intelligently speak for how New York is set up, but I know Chicago is in Cook County, and the mayor of Chicago does not impact Cook County tax assessments. The Cook County Council determines property tax assessments. The city of Chicago gets doled out money for things based on property taxes, not we set the property taxes and we spend the pool of money like Scrooge McDuck.
Well, Zoran Mandami in New York just got a reality check days after the election. Governor Kathy Hochul shut down the whole free bus fantasy. Voters were told free MTA rides were coming, and they're not. Kathy Hochul ran on no new taxes. Mandami's plan depended on raising the state income tax, something the mayor cannot do. So that promise hit a wall on day one. Y'all like the video right here? Follow for more. And let's get into it. We all know the math never worked. Albany funds the MTA, not City Hall. Hochul needs Long Island, the Hudson Valley, and upstate to win again. She is already massively unpopular, so she said no tax hikes, no plan that cuts fare revenue. Translation, the freebie pitch was never real. Now the left is furious. The same activists who cheered Mandami are threatening Hochul with primary challenges in 2026. They chant tax the rich. She refuses. That's a civil war inside New York Democrats. Progressives demanding giveaways. Hochul fighting for survival. Mandami will now blame Albany, no doubt. He'll say the governor betrayed the voters, but the truth is simple. He promised something he could never deliver. The state sets taxes. The state funds the buses. None of that changed after the election. Meanwhile, Hochul floats billion-dollar programs like universal child care, then admits there's no money for them. Medicaid costs rise, the budget bleeds, and high earners keep leaving. That's why she's saying no new taxes, because she knows another tax hike means more people gone. And trust me, y'all, they're already fleeing. So where does this go? Expect progressives to pressure and threaten, expect moderates to panic, but the numbers stay the same. The MTA needs fares or new permanent revenue. The governor said no. The promise is broken. Bottom line, free buses were a campaign.
As I said during his election campaign, he should have probably campaigned on something like free buses for youths or the elderly, bit more realistic, but still need the money for it. Well, right. We've got to have politicians that stop lying about what they can and cannot do. But as you see, when people come to my show, I'm never going to be popular, because at the very core of my program, not the words I use, the very core of my program is offensive because it shines a light on people's ignorance and their lack of understanding. And people don't like, it is a natural self-defense mechanism when you are told you're wrong. Your brain fights back against anybody and anything that tells you you're wrong, because your brain came to a conclusion. And it wants to defend that conclusion. And it is very, very hard for people to get out of the mentality that there might be more. There's a shit ton of topics that, like 99.9% of topics are topics I need to learn more about. You take all the topics in the known fucking universe, versus the ones that I know really well. I have to learn a lot about 99.9% of topics, but I don't talk about things that I don't at least have some rudimentary understanding of. Now, the details of it, we can get it. Like, do you have a new fact to present? I wonder how many people would change their vote now just after seeing this. Probably a lot. But the problem is it's too fucking late, which is why I say that's a problem with democracy. A huge problem with democracy, even the huge problem with a federal constitutional republic, is that people running for election can say a lot of things, but they can't make them happen. Like, does he get paid more for being mayor than whatever he was previously? If so, can't he be removed, like how you can be dropped from a company if they found out you lied? No. You have to commit a crime while in the office to be removed. We don't have any laws, any mechanisms for impeaching as long as you didn't lie about yourself during the election. You can lie about all the things you're going to want to do. Oh yeah, because I bet you if you went back and looked at it, he said all the disclosure stuff, and I don't have every single time he mentioned it. But as long as I'm going to work towards free MTA rides, I'm going to make it a reality. I'm going to make it a reality. Hey, can you do this for me? No. Well, shit. Are you sure? Yeah. Well, I tried. The governor's to blame. Because now look at how he spins the message. Albany is interfering with what you voted for. Now let's change the vote in Albany. I used to watch as other leaders would say stuff like, well, we're going to get out of here early on Friday. And I'd go up to that leader and I'd say, you know we're not getting out of here early on Friday, right? And they'd be like, what do you mean? We have one aircraft starting refuel at 3:15. We have one aircraft starting refuel at 4:30. Ain't nobody getting out of here till 7 o'clock on Friday. But it's a 3-day weekend. Look, man, I don't set the fucking, I'm not the air boss. Like, I don't set the fucking flight line operations schedule. Don't tell your people you're getting out of here early just because it's a 3-day weekend until you bother to ask some questions. If I know we got nothing on the schedule on Friday, but Wednesday noon, Wednesday 1500, I see that they haven't added anything on. Thursday morning, I might show up at my boss's office with an extra croissant sandwich and a small coffee, because that happens to be his order. And I might walk into his office and set that shit on his desk and be like, hey boss, my people have been going balls to the wall for like 5 weeks. I checked the schedule. Unless something gets added on by the air boss, can I get my people out of here at noon on Friday for a little, kickstart to the weekend? Most of the time my boss would be like, well, yeah, if you've done the diligence, but tell your people they can't drink until the natural end of the duty day. Cool. Don't promise people shit you can't deliver. Line it all up. And then always frame it. Thursday morning stand up with my crew. Guys, I'm gonna let you know right now, I'm gonna get you out of here a little bit early tomorrow, unless the air boss fucks us. But if the air boss doesn't fuck us, I would recommend tomorrow you plan on getting out of here at noon. Do all your work so that you're getting out of here at noon. About 11:30 comes along. Is anything on the schedule by the air boss? Yeah. Go ahead and ring the mock. Give me the phone. Mock. FCC. Anything added? Yeah. Are you past the hard ad? Yeah, we're past hard ad. Is this official? Not official, but we're past the hard ad. Excellent. All right, guys, get out of here. Don't fucking promise shit you can't deliver. Should politicians be fined for not making an effort to fulfill campaign promises. No, the next election is the punishment. Did he already give up on it? We're going to still work towards this. He'll give up on it because there is nothing he can do. He is talking about giving for free something he does not control. He is talking about when a politician is running for something and they're making campaign promises that they can't fulfill, nobody ever challenges them on it. And you have like Bernie Sanders when he ran for president, Feel the Burn, 2016. All this bullshit that Bernie Sanders was saying he would do when he was president, right? You can't do any of that shit. You're a fucking senator. You know damn well the president can't do what you're saying he wants to do. Like Donald Trump this past weekend. We need to nuke the filibuster. You can say it all you want, man. The Senate Majority Leader had no intention of nuking the filibuster. I would not be surprised if the Senate Democrats voted to break the filibuster, knowing full well that this bill won't pass the House, or it won't pass the House quickly. But what it does is it changes the Democrats voting to open the government up radically changes the narrative now. Now it gets all the discussion that it's the Democrats' fault. You take that chip out of the game now. Now they can't keep blaming the Democrats. The minority leader didn't vote to break it. 8 people voted to break it. Because here's the brilliance of it. If it goes back to the House, if it goes back to the House, and then the House makes any changes to it, like Rand Paul with his hemp rider, then that has to go back to the Senate. Which means if the Democrats aren't happy, the Senate Democrats are taking a breather. They're letting the House move forward with it. But they want to make these Obama Affordable Care Act riders permanent at the cost of $1 trillion. I swear, vote for me for president. Actually, fuck president. Vote for me for king. I'll have the goddamn national debt down to single digits in 2 years. I will call every fucking debt the world owes America. I understand that by doing so, everyone will call ours, but we're $3 trillion up in that game. I'll call every debt that we're owed. I'll call China and be like, hey, you remember that $1 trillion debt you owe us? Yeah. Yes, the House. Well, the House is what people don't understand. No, we don't owe most of it to ourselves. We can't forgive ourselves. The problem is the government doesn't owe it to the government. The government owes it to the American people, like the T-bills I buy. The interest on those T-bills is money the government owes me. It used to be, it's about 50-50. A lot of foreign governments have bought up a lot of American debt. But we also owe, and that's another thing we need to look at the national debt. And there's a lot of shit in the national debt that's not actually debt. Some of it is projected expense. So most of it is debt. Some of it is projected expense. It's like all the people that talk about Social Security is going to become insolvent in 2032 when the trust runs out. The trust isn't running out in 2032. The set aside for the baby boomers who hadn't earned enough money. I'm sorry, the set aside for the early baby boomers who hadn't worked enough to get full credit. When Social Security was created, it was created and there were people that were never going to accumulate the 40 quarters of good work in the top 35 years of pay because they were near the end of their working. So what we did is we said we need to take X amount of dollars, put it into a set aside to cover the people on this program who simply don't have the time to get credited into the program. That's what's going to run out. Most of those fucking people are dying anyway. Thousands of them die every month. So now the Senate has voted down the shutdown. Does the House have to come back into session? So interestingly enough, the House has been in session this entire time. What is happening is Mike Johnson has kept the House in like a suspended recess because Mike Johnson, even as the Speaker of the House, doesn't have the authority to keep the House out of session. Only the Senate can give permission for the House to go out of session. Only the House can give permission for the Senate to go out of session. So what's been happening is every 3 days, somebody gavels the House into session and then says, we're not conducting any business today because we don't have a quorum, because we know that the majority of the House is Republican and they're not there. So, we can't, because you can never conduct business unless you have a quorum. So some Republican is just tasked for the day of walking into the House, attempting to open the House for business, determining there's not a quorum, and gaveling that day's business for 3 days later. Well, now Mike Johnson has said all representatives are on a 36-hour notice to recall. Well, he has to let everybody know equally. So if all the Republicans came back, there'd be a quorum. So he doesn't want to look like he's playing partisan politics. So he tells everybody, be back in Washington in 36 hours. But they might get back to Washington and not go into session because the Senate might not have the bill to the House in 36 hours. And now I saw somebody say, the 8 who flipped get spooked by their public response. They might flip back even though they're insulated from elections for a few years. Well, unfortunately, what has happened now is, if you're not familiar with what has happened, the Senate works like this. The Senate has to have a vote at 60. What they're voting on is to have a vote that only takes 51. The bell has already been rung. The 8 senators who flipped to move the bill to this part of the process. They can't put the genie back in the bottle now. Whenever the bill goes to a vote, the bill only now needs 51 votes. The filibuster period is over. Now, they would have to get that bill back on the other side of the filibuster vote if they wanted to have second thoughts. But where the trick comes in is that now the Senate, well, that's what I'm saying. So here's the Senate. Now it'll final vote. This goes to the House. If the House makes 0 changes, it'll go to the president. If the House makes even 1 change, it has to go back to that first Senate process. And there you go. My brother's firm has a political person that forecasts this stuff. They're forecasting Wednesday, Friday this week till it'll be sorted. You can take this back to your brother and tell him that if that's the very best that their firm's political person can do, fire that fucking person, because that person is useless. Like, no shit. No shit, it'll be Wednesday to Friday of this week. The fucking House won't even be back in session until Wednesday. Of course, Wednesday is the earliest. Like, what the fuck sort of guess is that? Of course it'll be Wednesday. It's Monday and the speaker just said a 36-hour return window. That gets them all into town, right? At 6 p.m. on Tuesday. I don't think Mike Johnson is going to call this House in a session at 6 p.m. on a Tuesday. He'll probably start, and if he does, he might call them into session at 6 p.m. on a Tuesday just to seat the one representative who had to win in the replacement election. That might be the only business they conduct. Of course it's going to be Wednesday to Friday. And if Rand Paul gets his way, he'll take up all the Wednesday and all the Thursday on his fucking hemp bullshit. I think a fucking political forecaster needs to be a little like a little fucking needs to be able to like fucking put some screws to that a little bit closer. Maybe it'll be Wednesday, maybe it'll be Friday, maybe it'll be Thanksgiving. You know, I don't know. Senators need to grant how long to debate. They voted, yes, it passed. Well, it didn't pass. They voted to vote. They voted to vote. Oh no, we won't pass the first time through in the House. There's no way. There is 0 chance unless every Republican votes. No, they didn't run a test vote and got the numbers. They're going to debate the final bill. They're past the vote on if we'll vote. Now they're on the let's talk about what we're going to vote on, which they should have been on this step a long time ago. Well, yeah, it's a test vote. It's a bullshit. They're past the filibuster part. They're now in the debate part. They're now in the debate part. They broke the filibuster, is what needed to happen. But the House will have to return and adopt the deal. I do not see. Oh, okay, you jumped ahead on me. You're saying they ran a test vote on the House level. No side was filibustering. In the Senate, there's a built-in filibuster. The Senate has an automatic built-in filibuster. You have to have 60 votes to advance an item to the floor for a vote. In the Senate, you have to vote on everything twice. You have to vote to move it past the box, and then you're voting to vote. You're voting to vote on it. It takes 60 votes to agree to vote on it, and that's where they've been stuck for the last 5 weeks. No, the Senate doesn't have legitimate filibusters. The House does. The House has legitimate filibusters. The Senate has incorporated the filibuster into their process and it's not in the Constitution. Hold on. finding out if my child has pneumonia. It wouldn't be it's like most parents worry when their kid gets pneumonia. I just want to know if my kid has her first round of pneumonia this season. It just changes. I have to make some changes to the house then. And Gizmo gets pneumonia every year. She's got like 88% of the lung capacity a normal person her size would. Her lungs were underdeveloped when she was born, so sucks for her. I just have to change some settings, turn on the dehumidifier and keep the air dry, but put on the humidifier in her room and put the fucking shit in the humidifier that, you know. The filibuster is pretty much the only power the minority party has left. The problem, you're right. You're right. The filibuster is the only power the minority party has left. Which is why the Senate automatically includes a filibuster vote so that you don't have to have the nonsense where a guy stands up there reading the rules of blackjack into into the record. Oh shit, she's gonna miss 2 days of school. Fuck. So we don't know. We see the specialist again after her next birthday. We see the specialist once a year to see how she's going. Yeah, the Supreme Court thing is on the agenda. I'll jump to that one real quick. Supreme Court declines to revisit landmark same-sex marriage precedent. The Supreme Court on Monday declined an opportunity to overturn its landmark precedent recognizing constitutional right to same-sex marriages, tossing aside an appeal that had roiled LGBTQ advocates who feared the conservative court might be ready to revisit the decade-old decision. Instead, the court denied an appeal from Kim Davis, the former Kentucky County Clerk, who now faces hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages and legal fees for refusing to issue marriage license after the court's decision and Obergefell versus Hodges allowed same-sex couple to marry. The court did not explain its reasoning to deny the appeal, which had received outside attention because the court's 6-3 conservative majority 3 years ago overturned Roe versus Wade, the constitutional right to abortion that the 1973 decision established. Since then, fears beginning the precedent have started to grow. Some conservatives view the outcome as a betrayal and predicted future conflicts with religion. Federal court found she violated the court order to issue licenses. Davis was thrown in jail for several days. Here's unfortunately where a lot of people don't understand the narrative. There is a difference between the city clerk that won't issue, and I know this is going to sound weird because you're going to be like, Jay, where do you really stand on the issue? Well, it depends on the issue. If it is legal by Supreme Court ruling that two women can get married, then it is not up to the fucking local clerk to deny them a marriage license. At the same time, if those two lesbians get their marriage certificate and then they go across the street to my bakery and I don't want to, I don't want to make them a cake, I shouldn't have to make them a cake regardless of any Supreme Court ruling. Because if I don't want to make Nazis a cake, I shouldn't have to make Nazis a cake. If I don't want to make an interracial couple a cake, I shouldn't have to do that. It's a privately owned business. I should be able to refuse the right to any customer I want to refuse the right to. In my opinion, the difference is you're if you're a city clerk, that is not your job. If you're a city clerk, that is, you serve the people. You serve the people. If you own a private business, then you don't want to make a same-sex marriage cake, then you might face a major backlash that allies of the LGBTQ movement will blacklist your bakery. And that's fine. That's how capitalism should work. You make a decision, it's an unpopular decision, your place is now unpopular. If you don't want, if as a private service company, you don't want to support people, you shouldn't have to. Well, what if you're a hotel owner and you don't want to rent to blacks? And don't rent to blacks. But if you're a national chain and you have even one location that doesn't rent to blacks, you're ineligible for any federal contracts. Easy peasy. In order to receive any federal contracts, you may not have any policies that discriminate. Well, then you're telling me what I can and cannot do. No, I'm not telling you what you can and cannot do. I'm telling you what you can and cannot do if you want federal money. Easy peasy. Well, that's discrimination. Yes. And you're not against it. No. Because I'm against government overreach. Well, what if the local government says the blacks can't use the public pool? Who said? The local government? Is it a taxpayer provided pool? Yes. Did those blacks pay taxes? Yes. Okay, then there's a problem. Because it's not the government's pool, it's the people's pool. It's the people's pool. You don't get to turn around why would you want to pay for someone for products or services that hates you anyway? Right, I've always wanted to ask that question. Why why do you want to force somebody to service you? Why do you want to, unless a business is running at a loss, why do you want to give people profit? Like one of my take-ins, she's married to a black guy now. It's on her third marriage. First one was to white guy. My goddaughter is pasty white like me. Her next husband was black, so she has 3 half white, half black children with him. Her next husband was black. She has 2 more half white, half black children. She's a sergeant in the Air Force. Me personally, I don't have a problem. Love who you love, marry who you marry, as long as they are of the age of consent and they are consenting. Who you fuck isn't my business. But I don't take my morals and project them onto other people. Maybe it's a power thing. Forcing someone to do something they don't want to do is ideological opposed to. Well, yeah, it is a power thing. I think because they want to exert power over them, and you're in a, you don't want to do this for me, now I'm going to make you, and if you fuck it up, I'll sue you. Right. Yeah, it becomes a personal thing. It becomes a, I want to force you. I want to force you to change your will, your morals, your standards to me. And where you run into the problem is, I'm going to not make you a wedding cake. I am not making you a wedding cake. Period. You can sue me. I'm not making you a wedding cake. You're suing my business. You as a person are suing my business. You will cost me as a person Nothing. Because if I'm smart, my business is insulated from my personal holdings. If you want to do this, go ahead. But it's going to take years and you're going to waste an awful lot of money. And at the end of the day, the courts cannot force you to take a loan to pay off. If you go to court and say he said no, he can just say, yep, I said no. Well, it's not that simple though, because a lot of business owners don't take the protections that they need to take. Inside the front door of your establishment, in plain view of the customers when they walk in, you have to have a sign that says management reserves all rights, including the right to not provide service to anyone for any reason, including no reason. I don't like your fucking t-shirt. Get out. Yeah, if you say, no, I don't believe in gay couples, then you might have an issue. But you can, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. That is the problem, right? That is the problem. It's not about the fact that you said no. It's about why you said no. Okay. Does a business have to provide a reason for denying service to begin with? Isn't it easier to say you don't feel like serving or working for someone? The best thing to do is just say, no. Yeah, you just say no. Now in a bar, it's a different story. Bar, you can simply say, we believe you to be intoxicated. And when by law on our liquor license, not allow, you're not allowed to serve somebody who's already intoxicated. Which is why, for example, I'll give you a great example of the stupidity behind this. I can't serve you a bottle of wine if you're by yourself. It's against the law. Bottle of wine, I can't allow you to buy a full bottle. But if you know the magic words, I can bring you a full bottle. You can't. I'd like to get a bottle of the 87 Perrier Jeanté. I'm sorry, sir. I don't see a guest here with you. I can't serve you a bottle. Oh, bring another glass. My date's not here yet. Oh, right away, sir. Then I bring two and it doesn't work like this anymore. They've changed the law. But I bring two glasses to the table and I pour one. I leave the other one face down because that way nobody can walk off with a glass. And I've served the customer exactly what they said on the verbal condition that they have another person coming. Now, they closed that loophole. And I also, though, if I serve a bottle of wine to your table, I have no idea if the guy is going to drink 5 glasses. Well, more likely, the woman's going to drink 5 glasses of it, and the man's going to have 1. I have no idea about that. But the way the law was written in the past, I served that table no more than the legal intoxication limit. You named a protected class of the reason. You could just say no gingers as a rule because that's not protected, but it's far simpler to say no and leave it at that. You're right. What's the point of this? Never understood this or the law about not being able to buy liquor on Sunday mornings. The drunkards will just get their alcohol the previous night. Astro, If you want to know the truth about the no liquor on Sunday mornings, it has to do with Blue Book law that has never been changed. But the Blue Book law is the Blue Book law. It's called Blue Law. It's been around and it's on the books, and they're stupid laws that our government doesn't take like a week out of the year. Each state should take a week out of the year to vote out stupid laws. But towns didn't allow the tavern to open until after church. That's exactly where it came from. And because the way they've written all these people's liquor licenses, you've got a bunch of bars that aren't allowed to open until noon on Sunday because they can't open until after the last service at the local church. But we're supposed to have separation between church and state. Yeah, I'm talking about laws that have been on the books in that area since before the United States. Some of these laws go all the way back to like the 1600s, the 1700s. It's so fucking dumb. And I'm dealing with 3 family crises right now. My uncle and my aunt, my little cuz is trying to deal with everything. She's an adult by age, but you know that phrase like your brain doesn't finish developing until 25? I'm really getting tired of hearing that argument because I'm fucking tired of the argument. Your brain doesn't finish developing till you're 25. By 25, I had 3 college degrees, including a graduate degree, and I was a fucking, I was through tech school. Shit, I might have been a 5 level. Like, I'm tired of the fucking excuses. But, nobody wants to be, nobody wants to be held accountable. Isn't business discrimination a thing? Like, you can't be open during hours because of the type of business you run. Wouldn't they be able to be challenged in court? No, because that is covered by business licensure. For example, I can't open a titty bar in my town. Even though titty bars are legal in the state, I need a titty bar license. So to open a bar, I need a license. I need a liquor license. And you can't just go get a liquor license. Most counties, you can walk in there on an idle Tuesday and hope there's a liquor license available. There might be. There's too many counties in the United States. Each one does it differently. In some counties, when a bar closes, one bar closes, a liquor license goes into the pile. First come, first serve. First person to show up and ask for a liquor license gets it. Other places, there's one day a year, the liquor licenses are all done by lottery. In other places, liquor licenses are all done by bid. Because there's a licensure to it, they can control your hours. Businesses of this type may not be open. Businesses of this type may not be open. And in order for you to even win your argument, you have to be willing to go through all the ass pain of starting a business. Because for you to sue them, you have to be impacted. So if you say it's not, like, I couldn't go and argue with them that Um, you couldn't argue with them that says this is unconstitutional because the first thing that's going to be asked is, well, how are you directly impacted? Now, you might get lucky and get the ACLU to take the case because they can argue it on the constitutionality of the law, but you can't. So then you have to go through all the process of opening a bar, knowing you want to open a titty bar, get denied, and then have to sue them. That's an awful lot of fucking money. That's an awful lot of money for you to expend for something just to be morally right. But who wants anybody that has the ability to have the money, the funds, the resources to fight that fight knows they don't win anything. If you've never opened the titty bar, where are your losses? Remember, when you sue somebody, you have to sue somebody and they have to have something. It's why somebody threatened to sue PGN, one of the many people that I've made upset. They threatened to sue me. I said, go ahead. If you sue me, you'll be in the back of the line of my debtors. I don't even have enough money to get through the debtors that I have. So you win your lawsuit, you're going to be at the very end of my debtors. What are you going to get? Even if the judge gives an order, which he can't, to move you up to the front of my debtors, congratulations, you're going to get about $2,200. We're a cash run business. Good luck. Well, I'll sue you personally. Really? What did I ever do to you? My views, my expressions, my Discord handle are all owned by my company. Do you know my Discord name? Not a damn person in here knows my Discord name. You know my company one. Jalan is owned by PGN. I don't exist. I don't exist in the media world. I know how to protect myself through layers and layers and layers of protection. Jalan said something. Jalan said something about my company, and now I want to sue him personally. Where did I say it? You said it on Twitch. Oh, you mean the channel I don't own? Sue the owners of the channel. Well, you own the company that owns the channel. Yeah, ain't that shit great? Ain't that shit amazing how that works? That can't possibly be legal. Oh, trust me. It's very fucking legal. It's very fucking legal. I want to sue Jalan because he hurt my feelings. Here, ready? Let me introduce you to Jalan. Here's Jalan. This is Jalan. Jalan is a fucking cartoon. You want to sue the fucking cartoon? Have fun with that shit. Sue the fucking cartoon. That's what I tell people. That's why you know the people that know what they're doing, they've insulated themselves. Like, my lawyer did an audit of my business. My lawyer said, "Where's your fucking media division?" And I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "The whole thing." He's like, "No, where is your media division?" I said, "I don't have a specific media division." He's like, "You do now. You need to create a media division of your company." Why? Because let the media division get sued. You want to say inflammatory shit? Fine. Let them sue the company. But that same legality protects them in the same situation. They should understand that stuff. Darb, most people don't understand. Most people get irrational and they think they understand the law when they've never studied the law. It's like I was a store manager, bar owner, restaurant owner, landlord. I never tolerated the bullshit from people. You start screaming at one of my employees, you're gone. And then people would be like, the customer is always right. No, the phrase is the customer is always right about what they want to buy. You clearly don't want to buy anything. Get the fuck out. Get out. People come in and they start yelling at. I had a girl, her name was Jenny. She was a sweet girl, really nice girl, really small, maybe like 4'11". This like 6'6" dude walks in, starts screaming at my 4'11" employee to the point where it's at the leather store. She was crying. And I walked up, picked up the phone, ignored him. He saw me walk up. I told her to go to the back. I walked up, picked up the phone. I was like, yeah, I need to order a cheese pizza. Yeah, can you drop it at Leather Limited? Yeah, thanks. And that's the code you tell security when you have an irate customer that I need to order a cheese pizza. They think you're calling Sbarro, which was in the mall. You're really calling security. And cheese pizza is send everybody. Send everybody. So this guy's like, I'm just looking at him. I've sent my employee in the back. I'm not saying a fucking word to him because I got nothing I want to say to this motherfucker. Good minute goes by. He's like, well, aren't you going to ask how you can help me? No, I can't help you. I said, I can't help you at all. He's like, well, I want to talk to the manager. Can you read? And he gets this, excuse me? Can you read? Yeah. What's my name tag say? Says, oh, you are the manager. Very good. Well, I don't need to do a fucking thing for you. I need to do a fucking thing for you. Well, that other little bitch, your mom doesn't work here. What'd you just say? You can't read and you're deaf. In about that time, walks security. Oh, by the way, you're trespassed from the store. And the mall policy is if you get trespassed from any store, you're trespassed from the mall. Have a good day. You're not my problem anymore. Of course, you get the people who think the law don't apply to them. 2 days later, he's back in. I just called security. Cheese pizza. They come down. I was like, yeah, he was trespassed 2 days ago. A minute later, here comes Chicago Ridge Police Department. You can't trespass me, blah diddy blah. And Chicago Ridge Police Department was like, I did your trespass from the mall 2 days ago. I damn well know I trespassed you. You're going to jail. People think the law don't apply to them. Or people think that they're like, oh, well, I know the law. I love when somebody says to me, I know the law. And I said, well, where'd you learn it? I know the law. Okay, and? Well, I know the law, and like one person sitting there at the bar once. This cop arrested me and he didn't read me my Miranda rights. Okay. Did they ask you any questions? No. Okay. When did they read you your Miranda rights? When they were booking me. But the cop, from the time he put you in handcuffs and put you in the car, to the time he got you to the station, turned you over to the sergeant, the cop didn't say one word to you? No. Okay, they didn't violate your Miranda rights. Because they weren't interviewing you. What are your Miranda rights for? They are interview slash, well, let me back that up because no, they're not interview. They are interrogation protections. It's why I say to people, and I know this makes me the bane of the existence of police officers, and I'm sorry for that, but too many officers are shitty at their job and they use manipulation tricks on people. You should never be talking to a police officer unless you called that police officer, and you shouldn't call the police unless, one, you're intimately familiar with what you should say and what you shouldn't say, or two, you've talked to your lawyer. Or You've been pulled over. People don't understand when you're driving a motor vehicle, when you're traveling in a motor vehicle, when you are operating a motor vehicle, whatever the fucking buzzwords that the sovereign citizens in the Moorish say. Look, if you are behind the wheel of a vehicle and the wheels on the bus go round and round, you've consented to speak to the police. When the police come up to you and say license, registration, and proof of insurance, hand that shit to the cop. You don't have a choice. If you get pulled over, you don't have to answer any questions. You only have to provide license, registration, proof of insurance. Right. But don't be an asshole either. Because you don't know why they're pulling you over. I'm nice if the situation is low threat. I got pulled over once by a cop. It was probably 11 o'clock at night. And I was wearing my Oakleys. And I was going about 10 under the speed limit. And the cop pulled up. I had my Oakleys on. He pulled up and he's like, oh, I had my hazards on too. I had my hazards on. I was going 10 under the speed limit. And the cop pulled me over and he came up to the car. I turned the overhead lights on, but I kept my Oakleys on. And he said, little late to be wearing sunglasses. And I laughed and I said, yeah, I said, check this out. And I said, can I reach? And he said, yeah. I reached down and I pulled up my glasses. And I always wear like metal framed glasses. And I had snapped them right at the bridge. And I said, I broke my glasses. And now that I've had the polarized lenses on, the light is going to hurt my eyes. I said, I can take them off if you need to see into my eyes. Just, I'm going to ask that you please don't shine a flashlight in my eyes right away. Give my eyes a little bit to adjust. But he's like, so you broke your glasses? And I'm like, yeah, I broke my fucking glasses. I was like, I can't fucking see. I broke my glasses. And he's like, so I said, I broke my glasses. I have my hazards on. I don't want to get in an accident. I have astigmatism, so it fractures all the light really, really badly. And he's like, how far are you? And I said, oh, I'm like half a mile up to my subdivision and I'm on the back end. He's like, I'll get you home. So I got home with him. And so he said, I presume you have another pair of glasses in the house. And I said, yeah, I do. He's like, can somebody bring them out to you? I said, yeah, no problem. Hey, grab my readers off of my desk. So the guy comes out, I take my Oakleys off, I put my normal glasses on, and he's like, can I just see your license, registration, proof of insurance, because I need it for the stop ticket. And I was like, well, fuck, I'm getting a ticket. It is what it is. He just looked at it. He said, yep, you're good. Have a good night. I said, that's it? He said, you did the responsible thing. I could have been like, what the fuck you want? I could have been like Easy E and been like, the fuck you want? Then he would have been like, reckless driving, here you go. Yeah. You definitely don't have to answer any questions or relevant questions or questions that could incriminate you. It's like people that get all fucking bent out of shape with the whole, well, I'm never going to answer, in the past, if a cop asked me, well, where are you coming from? I'm not going to answer that question. Have you been drinking tonight? I'm not going to answer that question. I'll answer that question now because I can't drink. I cannot consume alcohol. One of my medications will absolutely destroy my kidneys. That's why my doctor said, are you sober? I said, I'm sober. He's like, how sober? I said, stone cold. Not Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone cold sober. I haven't had any alcohol in multiple years. I haven't had a drink at all in now more than 3 years. He said, you can go on these, and these are the better medication, but I can put you on these if you still are going to drink. I said, no, if you tell me that the better medication involves no alcohol, I'm not gonna drink, period. Because I like my kidneys. I don't get to make choices for what I want to do. I make choices for what I have to do. And my daughter, my youngest, isn't 18 yet. So every decision I make is to get to 18 to make sure my kid graduates high school. Too many people take I can't to mean I will in every situation. And that can be very detrimental. You're right. Absolutely. So if a cop comes to me and says, have you been drinking? Absolutely not. I can't drink. Why? Because I take this medication and this medication will destroy my kidney? Why would I say that to the cop? Because I want it on the record that I've told the cop that I take that medication. So then if he decides to write me for driving while impaired or driving under the influence, I'm going to fight that ticket. And when I go in, I'm going to tell my lawyer, yeah, I told the cop that I take this medication. Because this medication has no side effect that causes swerving. So now the cop is going to be like, well, did you administer a breathalyzer? And I heard in Florida now, you can be arrested after your first refusal to take a breathalyzer. I need to look that up. I heard about that one. Yeah. It is a second-degree misdemeanor called Trenton's Law. If you refuse a breathalyzer, it's a second-degree misdemeanor. Yeah, never, ever, ever take a field sobriety test. Never take a field sobriety test. I have a perfect reason now for why I'll never take a field sobriety test. Yeah, you blew a 0.00, but you'd still like you to take a field sobriety test. For what? I blew a 0.00. Well, the field sobriety test is going to check for other narcotic use. I'm sorry, I had surgery on my left foot. I can't perform a field sobriety test, period. Yes, being on a keto diet can cause you to, well, when you're on a keto diet, you produce ketones, you're in ketosis. And this is why I hate vomiting, because when I was sick earlier this year, my body was deep into ketosis, and your breath can smell like nail polish remover. And when you're vomiting up the equivalent of isopropyl alcohol. You're vomiting up acetone. If you're on a keto diet, you can false positive a breathalyzer test. It is absolutely possible. You also would fail if you're deep in a keto diet. The first thing that's going to trigger the cop's response is he's going to smell your breath. And the second thing is going to be you will fail the breathalyzer, which is why you need to, if you're on a keto diet and you know that to be true, you need to immediately you need to say to the officer, and this is one of those things you don't want, like if you want to be on a keto diet, it's not going to get you out of a DUI charge, but officer, I'm on a keto diet. I am aware that the side effects of a keto diet is that my breath smells like nail polish remover, and I may fail a breathalyzer test. I will take the breathalyzer test. I'm also requesting that we immediately go for a blood draw. Because the breathalyzer test is enough to convict you. But if you have an immediate blood draw, it's going to show your ketone levels. And then it's going to show your alcohol level. Because you have the blood test on, and you tell the medical professional, I need that tested for ketones. And if they test it, it'll prove that you're not guilty. And if they don't test it, now you have your probable cause. Hey, I told the officer I'm on a ketosis diet. I told the blood draw technician to draw another vial and test it for ketones. They refused. Well, there is law that states police departments must gather all evidence relevant to the case, including evidence that's exculpatory that would defend the accused. I asked you to draw an extra vial of blood and test it, regardless of the cost. I understand you're going to send it. I'm going to have to pay for it. But now what are you going to do? Well, you're going to give me the ticket tonight, and that's cool. But when I get the blood test results back, Your Honor, I'm on a keto diet. Here's my blood work. The blood work shows I had 0 alcohol. It also showed that I had ketones in my blood. Now, the blood work should come back, and then you should immediately get dismissed on the DUI, because the blood work will come back and say you have 0 alcohol by volume. You might have acetone. I don't know if it picks it up. It very well may, but they're gonna say, yeah, you're good. You're covered. The other problem I have with the court system in America is if you get arrested for your DUI and then your blood work comes back, if you get charged with the DUI and your blood work comes back later and exonerates you, the record of you being arrested for the DUI is still on your record. This is one thing that if we want to improve America, we have got to start treating people properly. Like, Donald Trump doesn't want to use the SNAP emergency funds to do partial SNAP payments in the month of November. Fucking why? Why have an emergency fund if you're not going to use it when the actual fucking emergency kicks off? Why does the government do this all the time? It's November and we have an emergency. Hey, I need to spend some of the emergency fund. Oh, it's only November. You can't spend that. All right. Well, can I get regular year funds to pay for it? Well, no. Well, then I need emergency funds. Well, no. Well, how the fuck are we paying for it then? Why would the Democrats vote against funding SNAP military government workers? Why? That's a great answer. They're not voting against funding all that stuff. What they're doing is, you do understand that the big beautiful bill added $2 trillion to the deficit, right? People are framing the question, why are the Dems voting against these specific things? They're not voting against those things. They're voting against the budget, and not even a budget. Let me back that up. They're voting against a CRA that causes more problems than it solves. Now, keep in mind, let me help you out. I'm not a Democrat. I don't need you to tell me to look it up. They voted it down while the government was shut down. They didn't vote for that because they can't vote for that. Because the only thing they've been able to vote for the last 5 weeks is the House bill. That's it. The only thing they've been able to vote on is what the House sent them just before the government. They voted against cutting their pay. They can't cut their own pay. And so did a bunch of Republicans. If you want to have a legitimate conversation, don't blame the Democrats for something the Republicans have done. Because then I'm going to come back with, why are Republican House members already saying they're not going to vote for the Senate bill when it comes up for a vote on Wednesday? I want you to recognize government workers haven't been going to work for the last 7 weeks. Now, why would they? Because it doesn't make any fucking sense to. I'll give you an example. I'm a retired captain in the Air Force. The last government shutdown we had, I had workers that didn't come to work for 2 weeks. They didn't come to work, but then when we reopened the government, we paid them for the 2 weeks they stayed at home. Well, why isn't government workers treated the same way as air traffic controllers and TSA? If you want to come to work today and you work today and we reopen the government, we'll pay you backwards for the days of work. Okay, let me stop you. If you're going to try to gish gallop me, you don't set the pace of the show. I do. Now you asked me a question. You're clearly not interested in the answer, because now you want to say the last 4 years prices have gone through the roof. Who was to blame, Republicans or Democrats? Neither. Who sets prices? Does the Republican Party set prices? Does the Democrat Party set prices? Businesses set prices. In all of the years I have owned all of my businesses, I have never once had a government agent come to my business and tell me what I have to set prices for beer, whiskey, bread, soup, rent, food. What the fuck else did I own? I have never, ever at one time had anybody, what does energy do to prices? They raise them because now they have more need. Why are energy prices going up? Simple. Energy prices are going up because all these companies are building AI farms. These AI farms use a lot of power. It's simple economics. Supply remains the same. Demand goes through the roof. Price goes through the roof. That's it. If you impact one of supply or demand, you can relatively predict what will happen to the price. Supply goes up, demand goes up, price equal or a slight increase because the commodity is hot. Supply goes up, demand goes down, price plummets. Supply goes down, demand goes down, price will go down. Supply goes down, demand goes up, price through the fucking roof. The fun part with supply and demand is not overcorrecting to a shift in one. Correct. And so when people start throwing all these back and forth, like we're going to blame the Democrats, we're going to blame the Republicans. Democrats and Republicans have nothing to do with the price of a commodity directly. The Walmart banana thing. You raised tariffs by 10%, but when you raise a price by 8%, the price is higher than it was before by a larger margin. 8% increase in price absolutely more than compensates for a 10% increase in cost. But now Walmart gets to turn around and say, well, we only raised the price of bananas by 8%, even though the government put a 10% tariff on them. By the way, you want to know why prices have gone through the roof since January? Republicans. One Republican. Donald Trump. A tariff. In my state, we went from ranked 30s in prices. We are now ranked 5. Taxes in my state are now the highest in the nation and rising. Guess who runs the state? Well, first of all, what state are you in? Because you can't say my state are now the highest in the nation and say we're not Cali. Maine? Okay, hold on. Let me do a quick fact check. Because I can't. Taxes are higher in California than in Maine, particularly for income and sales taxes. California's top income tax rate is 13.3%. Maine's top state income tax is 7.15%. So I don't know where you get the idea that your taxes are higher. Cali, income tax, 13.3. Maine, 7.15. Sales tax, 7.25. Maine, 5.5. Item tax. California pays 7.25% sales tax, with some areas of California paying as much as 10.75% sales tax. Maine has 5.5% sales tax, with no jurisdictions allowed to add more. So you pay less than half in sales tax than California does. I'm glad you stopped by the show. You just got enlightened. So you're making an argument and you're factually incorrect. Okay, what is an item tax then? What the fuck is an item tax? I know what sales tax is. I know what income tax is. I know what property tax is. What the fuck is an item tax? Because that must be a regional. What exactly is it? In fact, it's going to take you too long. Just tell me what the fucking item tax is. Don't give me an example because you clearly don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, if you ride in an ambulance, you're taxed. So that's what you're talking about. Ambulance rides? By the way, you spelled ambulance wrong. No, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I asked you to explain an item tax. What is an item tax in Maine? Even the Maine Revenue Service doesn't have the word item tax. Your own state's revenue service doesn't define what item tax is. So I need you to tell me precisely what an item tax is. They have a sales tax. They have a use tax. Okay? They look up new taxes in Maine. Okay, I just did. I am on your fucking revenue page. It doesn't have item tax. It literally comes up with page not found. What is an item tax? Or give me a fucking, we now taxed for streaming. No, you're not. Link it to me. Make it easy. No, you're not taxed for streaming. Are you saying you're taxed on buying streaming services? That's a fucking sales tax. That is precisely what a sales tax is. And you pay 5.5% on that, which is half of what California pays. It's really difficult to have a productive discussion with people who don't know how to communicate, and they're saying things like an item tax, and your own fucking website for your state's revenue service doesn't have this thing. So nobody thinks I'm lying. Maine Revenue Service, item tax, sales use and service provider tax, sales tax, use tax, service provider tax, all the things I said. There's no such thing as an item tax in Maine. So how the hell can I know what you want to talk about if you don't even have the fucking name of the thing you want to talk about? This is the problem. There is literally no credible sources for an item tax. I mentioned sales tax at 5.5%. Okay, Maine has several new tax laws and adjustments taking effect in 2026, including a cigarette and tobacco tax, sales tax, a sales tax on subscription services, literally, right? Hold on. Literally, just so we can all understand that, just so you know, you're like a minute and a half behind me because I've already said it's a sales tax. It's literally a fucking sales tax. You even said it. A new sales tax on subscription services. That is a sales tax. Changes to the income tax brackets. What I said, income tax, sales tax, property tax. So what part of it? You're still not paying more than California. Effective January 5, the tax on cigarettes will increase from $2 to $3.50 per pack. And what? You're not the highest in the nation on cigarette tax. It's great that you think you are, but you're literally saying we have an item tax, and then you post something, and it's literally, you literally posted the words, a new sales tax on subscription services. That's not an item tax. That's a fucking sales tax, which is perfectly normal. I buy a game from Steam. I pay Illinois sales tax on that. Yeah, they went from electric to ambulances to now cigarettes. It's literally people that, this is the fucking problem with Americans. They want to say we have it worse than the nation, but I know California, I looked up Maine. Yeah, it sucks that suddenly now you're going to pay 5.5% on your streaming services. No, I do listen. That's the problem, Titan. I do listen. You said we're taxed on streaming. You're not taxed on streaming. What I'm doing right now is streaming. You're not taxed to stream. You're taxed on streaming services that you purchase. That's a purchase. Netflix made a sale to you. Now Maine says we want our 5.5% sales tax. And Netflix says, no problem. We'll collect that tax for you. But you're still only paying 5.5%. If you want to say it sucks because now we have to pay tax on more things, cool. But you come in here and you're like, we have an item tax. You don't have a fucking item tax. It's on the screen. You post it. What you posted literally has the word sales tax in it. The tobacco tax went up. Sales tax on subscription services. You now have a new top rate for income of 8.2%, right? You're like, we have the highest taxes in the nation. No, you don't. For single filers, the tax bracket ranges from 5.8 to a new top rate of 8.2%. Okay, California has a top income tax of, what did I say, 13.3%. You stuck up the sales tax at 5.5 when taxes are not 5.5% on everything. Great. Cigarette tax is a cigarette tax, not a sales tax. What is Maine's sales tax rate? Now, I'm going to help you out because this is your fucking state, not my state. Maine's general sales tax rate is 5.5%. Maine's general sales tax rate is 5.5%. That is a fact. That is not my opinion. That is a fucking fact. However, you have different rates on different things. 8% on food and alcoholic beverages, 9% on rental of living quarters, 10% on short-term rentals of automobiles, and 6% on specific services. Those aren't sales tax then. Those are specific goods and services. Those are still not an item tax. Because your own fucking revenue service doesn't have an item tax. Yeah, lots of places have higher rates. Most states have hotel rates that are higher than the general sales tax. You're still not the highest in the nation. Your statement was, we are now the highest in the nation. Highest in the nation on what? Florida has a higher fucking hotel fee tax than you do. You have 9%. You have 9% in Maine. Florida's is 6% plus the county of 3 to 6%. So Maine has a sales tax on hotel rooms of 9%. The cheapest Florida sales tax on a hotel room is 9%. Orlando, 13%. And on top of that, Orlando has another 3 to 6% tax called a resort fee. I get it. You want to have a discussion about Maine? That's cool. Let's have a discussion about Maine. But let's not come in blaming the Democrats. Let's not come in blaming the Republicans. Let's not come in making up shit. Let's not say my state now has the highest taxes in the nation, because you fucking don't. Does it suck your taxes are going up? Absolutely. But you cannot have a fucking conversation if one person in the conversation wants to say, you're not listening. Republicans didn't shut the damn government down. Yes, they did. They absolutely did. How do you figure? Why did, when they passed the big beautiful bill, why didn't they? How did they? Real simple. They passed the big beautiful bill and they ramrodded it through, which a bunch of shit with $2 trillion in deficit. $2 trillion. The Democrats said, pump the fucking brakes, man. Donald Trump as a president has added more to the fucking deficit than any other president. The Democrats said, hey, you gutted the Affordable Care Act. How many times have the Dems pushed things through? I don't know. I'm going to walk away for a second and you tell me, because it's your point. You tell me how many times the Democrats have pushed things through. Good luck with that. Bring some empirical, because I bet you don't have any examples. So how many times have the Dems done it? I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, imagine that. I took a break. Somebody said, how many times did the Democrats run things through? And you notice I took a break to check on my kid and talk to my spouse. And the statement was, how many times has the Democrats rammed things through? And nothing. Democrats have passed budgets with only Democratic votes, although the number of times depends on what's being counted. For example, in one instance, the Biden administration, Democrats passed, a clean continuing resolution to fund the government 13 times with only Democratic votes. In contrast, when Republicans controlled the Senate, a similar clean CR was rejected by Democrats, even though they previously voted for similar resolutions themselves. And what's your point? So hold on, just so we're clear, your proof that the Democrats have rammed things through, and the only proof you come back with is a clean continuing resolution? Holy fuck, man. Where are the hammer and the nails? Let me crucify the shit out of the Democrats who use their power to pass a clean CR. A clean CR. Holy fuck. What was the Republican bill this whole time that the Democrats voted against? No, it wasn't a clean CR. This CR isn't clean. What makes you think that the CR that's in the work right now is clean? It's not. It's a continuing resolution off of the big beautiful bill, which is a $2 trillion adding deficit. So what clean CR is up for a vote? Because there isn't one. What the Democrats are stalling for is because 15 million Americans are going to lose their health care. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the way the 15 million Americans have their health care, but 15 million Americans are going to lose health care. And by the way, the Trump administration could have changed Obamacare when he was in office the first time. Look, I don't like the fact that the government shut down. I also don't like the fact that 15 million people are going to lose health care. So you're saying you're okay with 15 million people losing health care? Because I don't give a shit one way or another. It doesn't affect me. The government being shut down doesn't affect me. I get my pension from the government regardless. Mine's a mandatory must pay. My Air Force pension comes to me regardless, unless this country collapses. So I don't give a shit. My healthcare is paid for forever. But people are mad that the Democrats kept the government shut down because they want a guarantee that we're going to have a vote on fixing healthcare. We find it in our, and I don't like running at a deficit. Just so anybody who's new to the channel ever knows, I hate running at a deficit. I actually have right there. This is the yellow column is my political stance. This is where I fit. Can we please understand the problem first when it comes to healthcare? Private healthcare, public healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid, VA, TRICARE, military healthcare. Nobody ever talks about them properly. I don't give a shit what happens because I have healthcare. Yeah, the VA medical side, Warhead, can't be furloughed. The VA medical side is mission essential. The VBA, the Benefits Administration, the people that do the paperwork, they can be furloughed. But when people start talking about it, this is a clean bill. This isn't a clean bill. This is a continuation of the big, beautiful bill that added $2 trillion in deficit to the budget. So if you want to fucking hate on Democrats, hate on Democrats. Hate on Democrats. But find shit to hate on them that's actually meaningful. They shut the government down for 6 weeks. Well, the Republicans could have moved on healthcare anytime in the last 6 weeks. So it's the Democrats' fault that they won't vote for something that's bad for America. But it's not the Republicans' fault because they won't at least have some meaningful addition. Like, hey, look, we're not down on adding these Medicare or these ACA credits permanently, but let's add a year more of these ACA credits so that we can really roll up our sleeves and dig into the problem of American healthcare. I don't want to continue to fund big pharma and big insurance companies who then later deny people on coverage. I think that's bullshit. We have enough military medical personnel that we can provide healthcare to an awful lot of Americans at a fraction of the cost at what these big companies do. But for fuck's sake, man, if you're going to be involved in a political discussion from your own state, I'm a guy from Illinois. In a cursory reading, I learned more about your tax code in your state than you clearly know. You're calling things like item tax. There's no item tax. Specific item tax is a different word than an item tax. You're saying things like you're charged for streaming. No, you're charged of a purchase of a streaming service. There is no difference between buying a streaming service and buying a video game. They're both a product. One's a product as a service. So you're like, oh, I'm going to be outraged that now all of a sudden I have to pay sales tax on something that should have been taxed all along. Right? Let me see. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And see, this is where people that are the people that are blindly following the Republican Party or blindly following Donald Trump, they need to remember all these gems, all these little nuggets, man. People got to remember this shit. And so why is it now the Democrats' fault? Why is it now the Democrats' fault?
If there is a shutdown, I think it would be a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States. He's the one that has to get people together.
The president's the leader, and he's got to get everybody in a room, and he's got to lead. And he doesn't do that. He doesn't like doing that. That's not his strength. 25 years and 50 years and 100 years from now, when the government is, when they talk about the government shutdown, they're going to be talking about the President of the United States. Who was the president at that time? Mm-hmm. They're not going to be talking who the head of the House was, the head of the Senate.
You have to get everybody in a room. You have to be a leader. The president has to lead. He's got to get Mr. Boehner and everybody else in a room, and they have to make a deal. And unfortunately, he's never been a deal maker. That wasn't his expertise before he went into politics. And it's obviously not his expertise now. But the fact is that the president in 20 years from now and in 100 years from now, when you talk about the Obama administration, they're not going to be talking about Boehner. They're not going to be talking about Reid. They're not going to be talking about any of these people. They're going to be talking about Obama. And in terms of legacy, I think it's very important for him to make a deal. I mean, you just have a president that is not leading and not getting people into a room. You have to get people in a room, and you have to just make deals for the good of the country. The government shut down. They're blaming the president, folks. They're blaming the president. If there
So, absolutely. You said it under Obama. You said it under Obama. Look, you mentioned the big bill add, you said $2 trillion. How much did the Dems want to add to the bill? Well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter, does it? The Democrats didn't want to add those $2 trillion. They wanted to add $1 trillion of their own stuff. Titan, why is it that you will literally, I want you to look at what you just did. And you're not, you can't be taken seriously. Look at what you just said, and I put it on the screen so that it's there. No, it does matter. But the problem is you walked right past the Republicans adding $2 trillion like it's nothing. You're like, you mentioned the big beautiful bill said $2 trillion they wanted to add. How much did the Dems want to add? It doesn't matter. If the Republican, no, it's not something. It's everything. It's all of it. If the Republicans had passed the big beautiful bill and it was a budget, not a continuing resolution, if all the appropriations bills were done and it was balanced, in fact, if it not only was balanced, but it ran at a surplus so we could start paying down the national debt, and then the Democrats wanted to add $1.5 trillion for anything, I would have said, get fucked in the ass. These guys just worked really hard to pass a bill that's balanced, runs us at a surplus, and is attacking the national debt. But instead, you're just like, oh, it's okay that the Republicans wanted to add $2 trillion, but what about the Dems? Well, if everybody's just going to add trillions of dollars to the budget, then fuck it. Like, here's the thing, man. You're upset, and rightfully so. You can be upset about whatever taxes. Let me show you where you should be really upset. You're upset about having to pay 5.5% on Netflix, because this is one of the arguments you brought up. You brought up, and maybe it's not 5.5%. It might be one of those other specialized ones. I don't even know what I pay for Netflix. Fuck it. I'll say $19.99 a month. And you're upset about having to pay well, we'll call it $1.10. You're upset about having to pay $1.10 in tax that goes directly to your state. Sales tax goes directly to benefit your state programs. Okay? So your stomping point right now is that my state has the highest taxes in the country, which you don't at all. You're not even fucking close. But it's 5.5. Okay. But 18 to 19 and a half cents out of every dollar you pay to the federal government goes to pay the interest on the national debt. 18 cents out of every dollar you pay in federal taxes is paying interest on a national debt. I don't know, man, but I think your fucking attention should be on Donald Trump adds more to the national debt, and the amount of taxes you're going to make. Elon Musk was absolutely right. We are on course. We are on pace to collapse the country because we are giving too many services to too many people. Right? We are giving too many services to too many people, like 40 billion to Argentina. Actually, it's closer to 90 billion that we're giving to Argentina. I'm sorry, we shouldn't be giving fuck all to Argentina. We shouldn't be paying fuck all to Argentina. Page 12. Yeah, 5.5%. Service provider tax. Great. These are all things that benefit the state of Maine. Sales tax on adult use cannabis. Good. Tax the shit out of cannabis. Is being increased from 10% to 14%. Great. Hold on. You say you have the highest taxes in the nation. You pay 14% tax on cannabis. 14%. We pay 20%. Maine is going to jump from 10% to 14% on cannabis. We pay 10% on cannabis flower at 35% or less THC level. THC levels above 35%, we pay 25%. And then we pay 25%. Your statement was you are the highest tax state in the nation. We pay 11% more. Well, right now we pay 15% more on weed above 35% THC level. You're not you're not the highest taxed in the nation. And even if you were, who cares? State tax goes to state programs, state schools, state aid programs. Yes, Maine is going to have to pay more per person because Maine doesn't exactly attract a lot of big business that helps offset individual income tax. Where I lived growing up, I thought it was really weird. The town I lived in, and again, I lived the first 27 years of my life in one town. I mean, of course, I was gone for the military, and I had places. I stayed other places, but I never paid the property tax there. Then I came down here to the base. I didn't pay property tax because I lived on base. When I got my first year out in Kansas, I was in a rental. I didn't pay property tax. The next year, I moved into my own house in Kansas. I got a property tax bill, and I was like, God damn, that's a lot in property taxes. The town I grew up in my whole life had 30 car dealerships in it. 30. The reason why we didn't pay a lot in property tax is we were like the South Side regional hub for car sales. Well, the town threw a little percent on car sales. If you got to fill the kitty from something that doesn't hurt your people. Fill the kitty for oh, speaking of kitties, come here. Come here, I want to show you off. Here. He said no. I'm okay if people want to come in and they want to bitch, they want to complain, they want to have a point. But mindlessly and baselessly attacking one of the two parties is fucking dumb. Look, President Obama tried his best. Well, let me go president before that. President Bush Jr. He had a plan. He was 9 months into his plan, and his whole presidency was fucked because of 9/11. We never know what kind of president Jr. would have been. We don't know if Jr. would have won a second term because he was a wartime president. Obama comes in. Obama manages to get one meaningful thing passed. The one meaningful thing Obama managed to get passed was Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. And everybody wanted it and everybody voted for it because everybody is fucking stupid and illiterate. And they didn't understand what the ramifications were going to be. I want to remind you, this is the country that literally was making people pay a penalty if they didn't have health insurance. You're telling me people too poor to afford to have health insurance have to pay a $79 a year penalty because they didn't have health insurance? I caught him. I told you were going to get shown off. It's a good boy right there. That's an orange cat with one brain cell. You have one brain cell? You have one brain cell? People want something to be mad about. You're right. People want something to be mad about. And they listen to all the wrong correspondence. Like, I'll tell you right now, be pissed off at the president. The person you should be pissed off right now at is the president. But I'm a Republican. I don't care. Be pissed off at the president. But I'm a member of MAGA. I don't care. Be pissed off at the president. Why? Because Donald Trump single-handedly is why your life is going to shit right now. Because you didn't get a raise this year. You didn't get a raise. Did you get a raise that covers your tariffs? No. Donald Trump is literally saying, I'm going to give you a fucking $2,000 tax rebate. Let me just do the math on that shit. Let me grab a number real quick. Let me just grab a number real quick. I want to get the most accurate number. $164 million. Well, we're going to do 165. We're going to do 165 because the number is 164,997,000 individual returns were processed. So we're going to do that times 2,000. To give every American taxpayer a $2,000 stimulus check is going to be $330 million. Did we raise $330 million in tariffs? No. No. So what are we going to do with that? We're going to go more into debt? It's hard piercing through the mentality of I may be suffering, but someone I don't like is suffering more, so it's okay. Right. That's exactly the problem. We have the us versus them politics in America, and it needs to fucking stop. Like, look, do I think Nikki Haley had any good ideas? Yes, I did. Did I think she had enough good ideas to be president? No, I did not. Did I think Vivek Ramaswamy had any good ideas? Yes, I did. Enough good ideas to be president? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Did Donald Trump have any good ideas? No. No. Donald Trump had no good idea. I want to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. Mexico doesn't want a wall on the border of the United States and Mexico because Mexico doesn't want all the South American fucking immigrants in their country. The United States wants to solve the fucking illegal immigration crisis. They need to talk to Mexico about building a wall on Mexico's southern border. Work with Mexico and build the fucking wall down there. Mexico will jump at the fucking joint operation of putting... Mexico objects to the way we handle because American fucking ICE agents and Homeland Security dump all the illegal aliens back over the fucking border. And Mexico's like, that motherfucking is Honduran. He's not even Mexican. Yes, a wall on Mexico's southern border would be a lot more feasible because of the length of the border is so much shorter. Also, a wall on Mexico's southern border would be a lot more feasible. We build the wall and we let the federales fucking man it. Why? Because the federales can fucking shoot on sight and we can't. Look, Carlos Mencia tells a joke about people crossing the border, and if they get caught, they just dump them over the border and then they can try again the next day. Mexico doesn't do that. Mexico fucking shoots at people that elude them. Mexico shoots fugitives. Guess what? Don't you think the entire nature of illegal immigration into America would radically change If America built the wall and we let Mexico fucking deal with the rest of the problem, hey, look, we'll build the wall, you deal with the rest of the problem. Mexico doesn't have the money to build a wall. Now we don't have to build a wall 3 times the length. It's starting to annoy me seeing people come into this chat and they're not able to effectively communicate their viewpoints in any half decent way. I eventually start wondering what's even being argued about when I don't even know what they're trying to say. Right. The problem is people come in and they're fucking ignorant. And ignorance is not an insult. Ignorant means uneducated. You don't even know the name of the word you're looking for. Specific line item tax, tax on specific commodities. Those would give me there. Item tax means there's a tax on every item. Yes, that's called the fucking sales tax. It's called the fucking sales tax. You're mad that your state has a fucking tax that benefits your state? What the fuck exactly are you mad about? I would be like, I am against raising taxes in America. I am against raising taxes in America for the simple reason of we have been doing it year after year after year after year after year after year after year, and guess what? It doesn't fix shit. Taxes. Stop wasting money. Balance the budget. Then talk about raising taxes. Done. Look, billionaires, I want to let you know we are going to be raising your taxes, but I'm inviting the top 50 billionaires to Washington for a personalized meeting so they know the days of your fucking budget loop, your accounting tax loopholes are over. But this is my plan to balance the budget, and the extra taxes I'm putting on you are to pay the national debt down so that we can bring this 19.5 cents out of every tax dollar back to 12 cents like it was last year. I want to get it to like, we don't have a national debt. I want to get it. Yes, they should have come in here with the link and said, I'd like to discuss this and why I'm opposed to items 11, X on 11, Y on 13, and all of section Z. Yes, because if you actually give a shit about changing things, then you're going to have some source documentation. But instead, that person probably got their fucking information from a TikTok, and a TikToker TikTokers make ignorant, ill-informed content because ignorant, ill-informed content generates outrage, generates shares, and then it gets people to comment on it where they say, this is where you're wrong. Like, there are literally people who came to one of my TikToks to tell me that a republic is a democracy. What? A republic isn't a democracy. A republic is not a democracy. The reason why you know a republic isn't a democracy is because we have a word called democracy and we have a word called republic, and the forms of government are completely different. Americans don't even live in a fucking democracy. And that's what fucking kills me. Americans don't live in a democracy. You live in a direct and indirect, democratically elected federal constitutional republic. It is a lot of words, but each one of the words. Well, what do you mean we live in a? What do you mean we live in a direct and indirect? Do you vote for the president? No, you don't vote for the president. Your vote for the president only has weight in like 20% of the electoral vote elections. The rest of them, the elector can be like, who'd they vote for? Fuck that, I'm voting for Jalon. They didn't properly represent me. You are correct. That's why it's called an indirect election. All you're doing is voting your preference. And you're hoping the elector takes your preference into consideration when they cast their vote. There are some states that require the electors to cast their vote. No, a republic doesn't vote. A republic does not vote. Oh, a republic. You're saying the republic body votes. Yes, a republic body votes, but it's the will of the representative, not of the people. But you don't even vote for the representative in all the republics. You didn't vote for the representative in the Roman Republic, not at all times. Your father was Your father was the senator of this region. Your father died and you're not a fuck up. Guess what happens? Some Roman official is there and he says, I take this gold thing off of your father's wrist and I put it on your wrist. Congratulations, Senator. The Roman Republic wasn't fucking a democracy. People didn't vote. They were chosen by the emperor or by the Senate or by in different, like, Rome is so long. There were times the Senate was chosen by the emperor. Times that was the replacements were chosen by the Senate. Hey, Jalan died. Which one of his kids should be the new senator? Oh, he only has daughters. Shit. Which one of his son-in-laws should be the new senator? Like, maybe we should look outside of that family. You do understand that family owns 75% of the province, right? You understand that his garrison is fiercely loyal to him. You understand his youngest child is, like, just like him. She trained with the soldiers. She leads the soldiers. And everybody turns a blind... Oh, shit. Then we better make the youngest daughter's husband the new senator. But all he's going to be is a puppet. And she's going to have her hand up his ass, working his mouth. She's going to vote. He's going to vote however his... Yeah. And yeah. The Jalan family has 3 legion down that. Yeah. Don't fuck with them. The wine flows, the spices are good, the rebels are dealt with, the fucking barbarians don't eat. Look, don't fuck with that region. That's how the Senate was like, we're not making a fucking change. Yeah, so occasionally he beheads somebody. Occasionally he's in a bad mood and he crucifies somebody. Well, I mean, yeah, you could talk about the Rome pre-empire in this context, since the Senate was just a puppet on strings. But even then, the plebeians didn't vote. The government also doesn't work when there aren't good candidates. Correct. While technically correct, I don't think it's unreasonable for most people to assume that democracy means... Yeah, only a few rich patricians voted. The democracy means that the people have a say in who becomes their leadership. That's the problem, man. That's not democracy at all. Democracy isn't having a say in who becomes your leadership. Democracy is having a say in the passage of law. Referendums at the state level or the county level, those are democracy. 71% of people voted that they want this, and we're going to make it happen. That's democracy. Democracy is not voting for a person to represent you. That's a democratically elected republic. And that's why we have such a fucking hard time, because people don't want to believe they live in a republic because they think the word republic has anything to do with the word Republicans. I don't want to live in a republic because I don't want to live in a world that's run by the Republicans. I hate to tell you, but in this fucking situation, every fucking version of our Republicans are Republicans and our Democrats are Republicans. Every Democrat is a Republican because they serve in a republic. Do you not learn about the different versions of democracy in U.S. schools? Hey, salty bread. Most social studies teachers in American high schools are coaches. The reason why they're coaches is to be a social studies teacher is the easiest endorsement to get as a teacher. Do I agree with Nick Fuentes? Well, you'd have to tell me specifically what part. Like, do I agree with him? I don't know. What did he say? Immigration. Specifically, what did he say? Like, don't ask me a broad question of, yeah, post a quote. Do I agree with this? Give me a link. Give me something that I can go and read, because that man has said some stupid radical shit, but he's a white supremacist neo-Nazi. Self-admittedly, yes. The sun shines even on a dog's ass. And a broken watch is right twice a day. So I'm not going to say that it's rare for somebody to be wrong 100% of the time. 1 out of every 10 times I agree with something Donald Trump says. 3 out of every 10 times I kind of agree with where he's trying to get to, but not how he said it. 3 out of the remaining times, I think, what side of the bed did the old man wake up on? And the rest of the time, I think he's more deranged than my senile grandfather. But do you agree with this? I don't know specifically what. The other show that I did, I think it was last week, somebody gave me a link and I went to, and I read a bunch of his quotes, and I said, no, I didn't find anything I agreed with, but I don't know everything he's ever said. But no, Salty Bread, in order to be a social studies teacher in America, you have to take U.S. History 1, U.S. History 2, World Civ 1, World Civ 2, Geography, and Civics. So you have to take like Poli-Sci 101. That's it. If you take those 6 classes and you get a bachelor's degree, you can be a social studies teacher. That's it. Now, your endorsement will only be in world history, U.S. history, and geography. That's all that'll be on your endorsement. But you can get a job. And so and by the way, I know somebody's going to try to hit me with, well, isn't it easier to be a PE teacher? And the answer is no, it is not. It is actually harder to be a PE teacher. It's more classwork to be a PE teacher than it is to be a social studies teacher, which says a lot about what's wrong with our country. Because to be a PE teacher, you have to take like nutrition, anatomy and physiology, health, first aid, and then you have to take like fundamentals of instruction in physical education, and you have to take like 3 more classes in specific sports. It's ridiculous in this country. Let me this is part of, this has everything on it except economics. I was leaving for the military. I passed my econ test, and then I was leaving for the military, so I didn't see the need to spend a bunch of money to get my the fuck am I doing? To put econ on my teaching cert. I was going to do it when I got back, and then I got retired. But this is what I would like to see teachers in America have to have at a minimum if they're going to teach. Social studies teachers should be able to teach civics, poli-sci, history, social science in general. Social science, you'll notice, is 6 through 8 because you don't get a specific for 6 through 8. Psychology, sociology, anthropology. I would like people who teach social studies at the high school level to actually be social scientists. What do you think about 3 houses like royalty where they have to fight politically to get voted in? And since it's royal family, they'll raise for politics. That would be, no, let me stop you. You said that way it'd be harder to get a bad monarch. Shit, man. If you study English history, you study European history, there were a lot of, yeah, that's literally what they had. They literally had that in Europe. They literally had royal families, and then disaster strikes, and you get like the 8th son is, let me stop you, Empire. I will never show a short. I will never show live media from somebody because I have no idea what's said in that video. I will never, ever, ever blind show a clip from somebody that I don't know. Period. If you can't find me something else that's in a written format about Nick you want me to look at, I will never blind show a short. Especially when you tell me who it's coming from, I will never show that. There's a handful of people who have been with me for years. I'll show their stuff. I will never show visual media because I'm responsible for everything shown on the show. You give me a link, I can watch it I can look, like read it on the other screen, a tweet or something that he sent. I can look at that and then choose to put, I will never blind watch a short because I don't know what's said in it. I'm not going to lose my channel for that. That just won't happen. But no, back to the point of, but if there's a Caligula, you vote for the other royal family. They aren't allowed violence. Right, but why? Okay, I want to bring up to you. Dude, I'm not going to stop my show to proof something that I have to listen. I'm not going to do that. Like that's not gonna happen. And also, by the way, just so we're clear, thanks for telling me what I can do on my show. I'm aware of what I can do. If you come in and you ask me a question of do I believe what this guy said, and it takes you like 10 minutes to come back with something, I know the guy has volumes of written stuff that he said. So why don't you just, instead of taking 10 minutes to find a YouTube video, why don't you just type out what his viewpoint is? Because I'm not about, even if you showed it, I'm not about to show him on my channel anyway. Because I'm not about to continue to advocate somebody who 90% of what comes out of his mouth is hate. I'll talk about it. I'm not gonna advance him. That's just not gonna happen. Bro, he is based. I don't even know, basted, is he a turkey? What the fuck? Use English. What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck is he is based mean? It means he's an idiot? Okay. Then, if you think he's an idiot, why are you asking me if I agree with him? I'm a little confused here. Oh, based is slang for he says, like, now okay. Oh. In modern slang, he's based means the person is unapologetically themselves or speaks the truth as they see it. No, he's a fucking idiot. Nick is a fucking moron. Nick is a fucking moron with the shit that he says. Nick is a fucking moron. That's why I said, yeah, you're probably a tad racist yourself if you think he's based. The shit that he says is fucking racist as all get out. But when you ask me, do I agree with what he says about immigration? I don't know. I'll go about it another way. How I feel about immigration is on the screen in the yellow column. What I feel about immigration is remove everyone who shouldn't be here, fix all the systems, then become a nation of legal immigrants. So if you want to know how I feel about immigration, there you go. I want to remove everybody who wouldn't, You watched the clip. He said he had no inherent issue with immigration if they're bringing in, say, 300,000 intelligent and generative people in per year. He has no issue on the concept. He has an issue with millions per year, and now it's changing the culture to the point where places like Miami look more like Costa Rica. You're fully on the red side. Well, then let me help you out. If you're fully on the red side, you're an idiot. I'm sorry that nobody's ever told you this, but if you're fully on the red side, you're an idiot. Because fully on the red side doesn't have all the right answers. And fully on the blue side, lower taxes isn't good. Lower taxes isn't good. Lower taxes is great if we do it the way the yellow column says. Let's stop wasting money. You'd prefer to keep your money. Okay. Do you like to drive on roads? Because taxes pay for roads. I mean, a lot of people say lower taxes is good. You're obviously fine with that. So you like the idea of police, yet lower taxes, not zero tax. But how do we get there? See, you'll notice that I didn't write the red column. You'll notice I didn't write the red column or the blue column. That is actually their position. That's their position from their national platforms. Lower taxes. That's great. That's a two-word answer. What programs do we cut? Exactly which programs do we cut? Because put America first, not fourth, and stop funding foreign countries. Cool. I like that idea. I love that idea. That has nothing to do with where our money goes, though. That's why you'll notice in my yellow column, I have more than a two-word answer. Stop wasting money. Balance the budget, then talk about raising taxes. The problem is, I love the idea of lowering taxes. I don't love the idea of lowering taxes and then cutting programs that people have come to rely on. You have to sour the milk to get people off the tit. Or you have to just accept the fact, what program? The ACA, the Affordable Care Act. In July, when they passed the big, beautiful bucket of bullshit, 15 million Americans lost their ACA subsidies with no warning. Literally no way to get off of the program. They literally were told that on December 31st, the line of accounting that funds your insurance is gone. Now, the line they chose to cut was the subsidies for working people. I'm going to say that again so everybody gets it. The 15 million Americans that lost their ACA credits are the working poor. They're the working poverty. They have to have a job to get the credit. They have to be gainfully employed. They have to be working full time. And they lost their tax credit that pays for their insurance. So, in about 7 weeks, those people are just shit out of luck. A lot of people say, well, then they should get jobs that offer benefits. You're right. They should. But because their states have been receiving these vouchers for 10 years, the employers in the state aren't in any sort of motivation to create good health benefits. Again, these places haven't really seen a lot of inflation, which is good. They haven't seen an increase in wages. They're not drawing in outside people, which is good. All good things. Except now 15 million working Americans are not going to have health insurance. Who does that help? Because the Republicans decided to gut one line, and trust me, I get down with it. I'm cool with gutting out $1 trillion cut line out of the budget. I'm good with that. I'm good with saving $1 trillion over 10 years. I'm good with that. $100 billion a year. Fuck, let's do it. But then when you cut out $1 trillion and you add in $2.5 trillion of deficit, well, then let's just leave it the fuck alone and let people have health insurance. Let's fix healthcare. Instead of worrying about the budget and wasting money, let's actually look at healthcare. The Republican Party prefers private healthcare. The Democrat Party supports government-funded healthcare for all, Medicare for all. Neither one of those answers is good. Private healthcare strangles the working class people. Medicare for all, shit, we can't even provide Medicare for the people that are on Medicare. My uncle is dying. He's got brain cancer. He's on Medicare. He's in a hospital facility. When you're in a hospital facility for X number of days, they take your Social Security payments. Because if you're no longer caring for yourself, they take your Social Security payment and all goes to your care and feeding. Makes sense. Your Social Security is supposed to be for you. Now, there are exceptions if you still have minor children, blah, blah, blah. There's exceptions to every rule. But on top of them taking all his Social Security to pay for his treatment, and his Medicare is supposed to be caring for his treatment, he's incurring debt. Why? If you're taking his Social Security, you're taking his pension, and he has Medicare, how is he incurring more bills? Who the fuck is supposed to pay for that? Oh, Well, he owns a house, so we can sell that and we can take, well, because Medicare only pays 70%, which is BS. Okay. You are correct that Medicare only pays 70%. But the rates have risen because insurance companies play this game and hospitals play this game. So, this procedure is $700, and Medicare should pay $700. But Medicare only pays 70%. So Medicare is only going to pay $490. So the hospital, in its next year book, makes this procedure $1,000. So Medicare pays $700. But now that means because Medicare dictated the terms of the new procedure, everybody else now pays $1,000. So Medicare only paid $70, but your insurance pays $100 after a $5,000 cap, after a $5,000 copay. Well, there's $300 more for a cost of something. See, that's where fix the problem comes in. Medicare only pays 70%, but there's an awful lot of hospitals that send people for a bunch of things they don't need so the hospital can make money. There's also times where you can't get what you need because the doctor would have to do like 900 steps. That's putting band-aids on top of band-aids on top of band-aids on top of band-aids is bullshit. You gotta rip all the band-aids off, realize the wound is festering, and it's gonna be ugly, dirty, nasty work to get in there and clean it up. Why is it the military has a book for how much procedures cost, and yet that book is radically different than what the private sector charges? But when the military's in an area that doesn't have its own clinic, they go on the local government, the local economy, they give the book to the local economy hospital, and the local economy is like, yeah, we'll charge you what it costs for all these. Because they don't want to piss off the fucking government. They don't want to piss off the military. Because if the military gets pissed off at you, then the military might just turn around and build a hospital on their base again, which would be cheaper for them, but hurt the local economy. Donald Trump is making meds much cheaper. Donald Trump has zero ability to make meds cheaper. The President of the United States has 0.0 authority to change the price of any item. Anytime the government gets involved in paying for something, the payment recipients start jacking up the prices because why not? The government is paying for it. I want to get paid more. You're right. Has to do with rent as well. Taking my other break. I thought he made a deal with pharmaceutical companies and said they were going to like 600, 1,000% cheaper in some cases. Magnus, please fucking tell me that you understand that you can't reduce a fucking cost by 1,000%. Please. Okay. So your medication is $100, right? Right? If the president says he's going to reduce your medicine cost by 1,000%, then that would mean the company is now going to give you the medicine for free and give you $900. Right. Yes. I have read most of Milton Friedman because I have multiple degrees in social sciences, and you don't really get a degree without you can't really talk about free market capitalism without Friedman. You got to read Smith and The Wealth of Nations. I mean, there's basic things that are considered cornerstones of capitalism thought. Do I agree with him? Again, I'm going to help you out with this statement. Do you agree with him? No. Yes. Maybe. What particular point? It's like if you ask, I'm going to give you a really great example. It's in the other room. If you ask me, yeah, it's not make it easier. Let's make this clear. You're not making anything easier for me. You're giving me a quote, whether or not I agree. Am I a socialist? No, I am not a socialist. Do I believe in socialist programs? Yes, I do. But I'm not a socialist. I don't want to live in socialism. I want to live in capitalism, but I want social support networks. I don't want to give handouts. I want to put a ladder into the hole so people can climb themselves. So are you anti-Madami? I'm not anti-Madami insofar as I think it would be good to take care of the poor and impoverished of New York. I'm anti-Madami because of the way that he went about lying to people, saying he could deliver on things that aren't even in the mayor of New York's control to deliver. I'm going to make the buses free. The mayor of New York doesn't control the New York bus system. Albany does. You have 0.0 control in his city. He has no control. He's doing the thing where he said, we're going to start hammering landlords, and if they don't take care of the property, we're going to seize the property. Okay. All his policies go against Milton. Free buses, mayor-owned groceries, rent freeze. So bad. No, they're not all bad. They're not all bad. Rent freezes are good. And you might disagree with me, but as a former landlord, I don't give a shit about the rent. I don't give a fuck about the rent. What I care about is the equity. You're right. Nobody is going to invest into more buildings. You're absolutely right. But here's the trick. And this is what's wrong with, this is why we need rent freezes. Okay? This is why we need rent freezes. No, it's not going to be less buildings. Let's be honest for a second. Let's say some things that are actually true. It's not like New York has a massive amount of free available space. New York City doesn't exactly have vacant land. Like, I live in a town, where I live, there is probably, I can't even do acreage. His is 8, 7, 8. So I'm just going to do those 3 around the perimeter of that side of town. 16. There's 23,000 acres of farmland where I'm at. I have no shit. I have a 15-minute drive in one direction to get out of farmland, to get to a Walmart. And the Walmart I get to, it's a 15-minute drive from my house. Why wouldn't the wealthy leave? I'll answer all those questions. But I have 20,000 acres of land I could develop here, which people are. We just built 1,000 new apartments on the north side of town by the airport. That's great, except it's terrible for the tax base. Apartments suck for the tax base because an apartment, the square footage of an apartment that has 6 families in it, is paying the same property tax as what a family of 4 would be. But 6 apartments can have 6 to 18 kids in the local school district. So it's not very likely that you're going to have 18 kids living in one single family home. But a 6-unit apartment building can fit on 1/3 of an acre. Rent control isn't bad. Apartments existing is bad. Apartments would be great if we had unincorporated towns, or if we had towns with no schools. If we had towns with no schools, then all the people without kids could live in the town with no school, and then they wouldn't have the education tax base that they have to pay to go to the school. But rent freezes are good for this reason. So, as a landlord, what you don't understand is everybody's like, oh, landlords are after the rent. I don't give a shit about the rent. I don't give a fuck about the rent. This building cost me $300,000. The rent on the building is going to be $3,000 a month, because that's 1%, right? That's 1% of the cost of the building. In theory, if I treat my tenants well and they don't move out, and I don't raise the rent, because remember, just because the property value goes up doesn't mean I need to raise the rent. And if I do my rent well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show them my property tax increase. And I'm only going to raise the rent by the exact dollar amount divided by 12 that the property taxes go up. That $300,000 valuation is what I paid for it, including escrow. So I know the first year or two, the property taxes are fixed. Why not focus on infrastructure anywhere else in the US? Because he's not the mayor of anywhere else in the US. He's the mayor of New York. That answers that question pretty cleanly. The problem is, it takes the average person 30 years to pay off their house. If I'm renting a property at 1% of its value, I'm going to pay that house off in 8 years, 4 months. I don't give a shit about the rent. I give a shit about the equity. I give a shit about the fact that I had somebody else pay my mortgage for me. That's what being a landlord is all about. If you hear people arguing about landlords are getting rich off the rent, no the fuck they're not. They're not getting rich off the rent because they got to buy the fucking building. They got you in 8 years and 4 months to buy the building for them, which would have taken them 30 years to pay off. Now, once this house is paid off, okay, Titan, I don't give a shit about Maine. What's your... I asked you earlier and you ran away. And now you're back. What's your point? Also, show me a source for that. Because I can't find anything that actually confirms what you just said. I'm going to need a source that proves that. The most important thing is incentive, not necessarily. Incentive is one thing, but you're trying to fix the problem with, here, this is what you're doing. And it's not wrong to do this, but this is what you're doing right now. You're putting on some capitalist glasses and you're looking at the problem and you're saying the way we solve this problem is only with capitalist solutions. Well, the problem with that is you're not fixing a capitalist society, so you can't use only capitalist solutions. I want to remind you, there are people in this country who think a good idea is to tax the billionaires on their unrealized wealth. There are people that are freaking out because Elon Musk on paper is going to become the world's first trillionaire. But he can't access $1 trillion. because he doesn't have it. Because as Elon Musk tries to liquidate his positions, he sends the daily volume of his stock higher, which triggers sale orders from big hedge funds, big block buyers. Elon sells 5% of Tesla stock. He gets his dollar amount on that 5%. But that 5% sale bumps the volume up, and now a hedge fund that's been riding it says, time to go. And you don't even have a human behind that decision. So now all of a sudden, that company dumps their shares, which means the stock's going to go down. That means even if Elon wanted to sell 15% of his holdings in Tesla, unless he came out the gate at 9 o'clock and had 1% sale orders, he'd probably do some big, some small, some medium. But he blitzed the market first thing in the morning and got hella lucky and got all at 15% of his shares sold. He's not going to get the market value. That dollar amount's going to drive through the floor. That's what people don't realize. Most people that claim that they're economists or they understand the economy will keep saying shit to me like, well, if minimum wage had kept up with the rate of inflation, then minimum wage would be $66 an hour, and shut the fuck up. What happened in 1972, 1973? And they'll look at you and they have no idea. Minimum wage keeping up with the rate of inflation was never going to happen because we went from a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 fractional lending rate to a 9-to-1. And then people get lost. Yeah, he wants a $30 an hour minimum wage. Okay. He wants a $30 an hour minimum wage. Why did people vote for him? Because sounds like good shit, right? Minimum wage jobs are not meant to be jobs kept for life. Yes, they are. I don't know why people have that idea. Minimum wage jobs are jobs meant to be kept for life. They are the minimum wage that you can pay somebody. Minimum wage jobs are supposed to provide you a minimum existence. They are supposed to pay for your shelter, your food, your clothing. It's not, would you be a cashier for life? Would you want to be a cashier for life? Well, first of all, no, because I have ambition. I wouldn't be a cashier if it paid $30. Because if you make minimum wage $30, the inflation you're gonna have is gonna be absurd. No, stop. You keep using this word incentive. Let me ask you this. No, it's not good money. That's the problem. You say that you've read Milton, but you know that if you raise the minimum wage to $30, within 3 years the accordion closes and all the prices have adjusted. When you suddenly give people $30 an hour, you have a sudden boom in consumerism. And then the response is all the prices go up. Yeah, $30 an hour is going to make milk go up by 5 times. I'm aware. But the point is, you keep saying this incentive thing. Well, how many millions do you have in the bank? And if you say 0 millions in the bank, why didn't you make millions? I made my first million by 19. I retired, bought a house, decided I was going to be a Catholic school teacher because I'm a Catholic. I had fuck you money. The movie with John Goodman where he says, you get up $2.5 million, you buy a house with a 30-year roof, a cheap shitbox Japanese economy car, and you live on the rest on interest to 3 to 5%. And then that's your that's your fortress of fucking solitude. Then you've got your fuck you money. Personally, I personally think a job should be paid what it's worth. And that's what jobs are paid, what they're worth. No, a cashier deserves $30 an hour if $30 is the minimum wage. What happens when you force a minimum wage? Take a city in Maine that just passed the $19 by 2028, then fines building owners if their building is empty, forces higher wages, forces higher prices. Exactly. Force higher wages, force higher prices. If you're going to fine the building owner if the building is empty, then they'll just tear the building down and now nobody can go into it and you can't have any economic development. It's a stupid thing to do. That is where you need incentives. What's the incentive for a company to come there? But people say all this time, like, I personally think a job should be paid what it's worth. Every single job is paid what it's worth. There is no job in existence that isn't paid what it's worth. No, Empire, you're wrong. You are fucking wrong. Minimum wage jobs are not meant to be jobs you have a year or two to gain skills. Minimum wage jobs are jobs that are meant to give you a basic existence. Shelter, housing, food, clothing. That's it. If you don't have any more ambition than that, you're a minimum wage person. You keep saying minimum wage jobs are meant to be. No, they're not. They're not meant to be that. Minimum wage jobs are meant to be the job that you can exist. That's called financial freedom. No, you have, like, my question for you is, and you dodged it. How many millions do you have in the bank? I always find it funny when people dodge my pointed question. If you don't have millions in the bank, then my question is, why not? You don't need millions for financial freedom. But I just said you do. Just like you're able to say minimum wage jobs are meant to be this thing that you just get to make shit up. So why don't you have millions in the bank? It's an honest question. I had my first million 27 years ago. Then shit happened. And I said, well, my money's all gone. Yeah, that's a great question. What do you define financial freedom as? Because maybe we're talking about two different things. Enough money to live. Okay, well that's what a minimum wage job should be providing. To live, to exist, to survive. Rent, food, that's it. Clothing, that's it. Yeah, simply existing doesn't cost a ton. But right, you can't live in New York City on minimum wage, so you have to move. You shouldn't be expecting to live in New York City on minimum wage. That's a bad expectation. But people do. Okay, people are stupid because they want to live in the city. And New York City is no different than Chicago. When I lived on the south side of Chicago, I had friends that lived in, just get a better job. They can't get a better job. They can't get a better job because they don't have the skills to get a better job. They don't have the education. Get a job people value. How did they do that? There should be no coffee shops there. You're right, there shouldn't. You know why there shouldn't? Here, I'm gonna put, this is such a good point, I'm even gonna put it on the screen. There should be no coffee shops there. Then spend 2 years gaining skills while having a minimum wage job. Well, I got a question for you. I didn't have to spend 2 years with a minimum wage job to get skills. You keep saying there's only one path to do this. I didn't do that. I didn't live in my mom's basement. She was busy. She was dead. I left home at 16 when I was in college. I got my double bachelor's by 20 and my master's at 23. Then I left for the military because some terrorist assholes flew some planes into some buildings. If you want the best job in the world, go in the fucking military right now. Go into the military right now. You have a president that doesn't want to put boots on the ground anywhere. You could join the military right now. But why are we talking about New York City? Why are we talking about New York City? A person with a minimum wage job shouldn't be expecting to live in a metropolis. A person should be expecting to have to move to where, yeah, it's the most extreme example. Don't talk about living in San Diego or Los Angeles or Chicago or New York City or Atlanta. Talk about living in like more reasonable, closer to the median cost. That's like, I say all the time, you can live in my town on $15,000 a year. That doesn't mean you can do that almost anywhere else. And it doesn't mean it's going to be a nice life. But shouldn't the minimum wage in New York be higher specifically? No. How much money per year is a $30 an hour minimum wage job? $62,000 before taxes? Do I think the Democrats caved? This is still a loss for Democrats. They wanted permanent extensions that failed, then tried one-year extensions that failed, and now they want to promise on a vote that I don't trust because it's not guaranteed. No guarantee they will pass. So my question is, what did the Democrats get out of this? What did they win? They didn't win anything. Also, these permanent extensions to the Affordable Care Act shouldn't have fucking happened anyway. The Affordable Care Act is dumb to begin with. You're right. People take jobs because they don't want to be told to move the fuck out of New York City. Look, man, the problem with capitalism is people have the freedom to choose, but you have to endorse the idea that people have the right to choose to be idiots. People want to be dumb. Look, are you paying rent right now? Yes, you're fucking stupid. From a capitalistic point of view, if you're paying rent right now, you're fucking stupid. Well, you say, I think you can live with $35K a year in New York City. I don't really think so. I mean, you could be living in a shitty apartment. Rent is about $2,300 for a one bedroom. And so that puts you at $27,000 a year on just rent. I don't think you can live the rest of the year on, $8,000. Okay, but you keep saying live a few years like that. Stop, Empire. You keep saying until you find a more skillful job. Where the motherfucker are you getting the skills? You keep saying this until you get more skills. Guess what skills you develop as a cashier? Cashiering skills. Where is this magical getting more skills coming from? You keep saying it and you won't answer it. Get more skills. Get them where? Dollar General? Where are you picking up these new skills? How? Okay. Where the fuck are you going to enhance your skills? 2 years ago, you had a job as a cashier. Now you tell me you can fucking code web pages. Where did you get those skills? Self-taught? No thanks. Resume. Chuck it in the fucking bucket. You keep saying, get these new skills. Get them from where? Who is certifying you have, thanks for the follow. Who is certifying that you have these new skills? Right? The problem is if you started off in the job force as a cashier, as anything more than a teenager, and you don't leave high school and you don't leave college with a plan, college isn't even a good option for most people anymore. Congratulations. You're 22 with 0 years of job experience. You gotta find a job. You can become an electrician. Okay, I'm gonna call you out on that. When the fuck did you become an electrician if you're working full-time as a cashier? Because to become an electrician, you have to go to trade school. And it costs you money. And you just said you can live on $35,000. But rent in New York for a one-bedroom is going to run you about $27,000. It costs a few thousand. Oh, I guess you're just not eating? Because you said $35K. Rent was $27. You also had... How are you cashiering full-time, going to trade school, and then doing your apprenticeship? I mean, these are all great things, but that's not reality. You do get paid for your apprenticeship if you go through the union program, but you're not making... Yeah, thank you. Why are you in New York City? Right back to what the fuck I said. If you can't afford to live in a metropolis, you need to move the fuck out of the metropolis. I lived on the outskirts of Chicago. All my friends were like, why don't you live downtown? I said, because I did live downtown when I had my corporate apartment. And I saw the fucking bill for my corporate apartment. And I could never have afforded that on my corporate salary. But my company gave me an apartment with a killer view so I could entertain guests. When I no longer had the corporate job, they asked me if I wanted to take over payments at the apartment. And I was like, fuck no, I don't. People want to live in a city. Missouri's not dirt cheap, Magnus, because Missouri has that personal property tax on vehicles where you end up paying hundreds of dollars every year for your registration. Move right across the river to Illinois or the other state and go to Kansas. I would not move to Missouri. The starting salary of an accountant is $60,000 per year. To be an accountant, a cashier doesn't make $65,000 a year. What the fuck are you talking about? There is nowhere a cashier is making $65,000 a year. You're living in fucking Delulu land. No, cashiers don't make $65,000 a year. A cashier would make, under his plan, would make $62,000. Yeah, $62,400. But here's the thing, Empire. You clearly haven't absorbed the books you claim you've read. If an accountant is making $60K a year because minimum wage is $31,000, if this goes up to $65,000, this goes up to $95,000. When you bring the floor up, it's why the phrase, a rising tide lifts all boats. You're not going to have any accountants doing accounting work for $60,000 a year if cashiers are making $62,400. Because now all the people making $62,400 a year are going to still need fucking accountants. What you're doing is you're looking at things and you're saying this doesn't impact anything. There's a beautiful study out of Washington, University of Washington, when Seattle raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And the footnotes of the study says we're specifically not including childcare. That's because childcare immediately doubled in price. If you take minimum wage and double it, well, is it double? Is New York right now? Let me just see what New York City's minimum wage is today. $16.50 an hour. So you wouldn't quite be doubling it if you fucking took it up to $30 an hour. Number one, a lot of minimum wage jobs would completely disappear. The McDonald's franchise isn't going to stay open in New York. How can they? They'd close. just like you saw in California. We're raising the... How badly would that hurt social safety nets? A lot. Because if New York makes their minimum wage $30 an hour, all those people would be off federal benefits. Because they would earn way over what they're allowed to earn and be on SNAP and be on Section 8. So yeah, you take them up a bunch of money, but then they lose a bunch of money and they're not really making progress. And then inflation would kill them. Governor of California says we're going to pay fast food workers $20 an hour. That very fucking week, Domino's fired 1,500 delivery drivers. Domino's said, not today, bitches, not today. You agree with Texas is $7 per hour. Why? Empire, no offense, but I don't think you have the business acumen and the understanding of economics to even have an opinion. Not everything's cheaper in Texas. Do you know why some things are cheaper in Texas? In some areas? Because things are historically cheaper around military installations. And how many of those does Texas have? There's a lot of towns in Texas that are subsidized by the military. Not everything is cheaper in Texas. Texas is also a lot of still undeveloped areas. But the problem with going to an undeveloped area is you get a lot of value in the first few years of owning your property because the property value has nowhere to go but up. When I was a kid, I had friends that lived at literally the end of civilization. You went out to their house and like the roads ended. That was it. There was no reason to have a road any further down because there was nothing. Now, that's considered a short commute to the city. Well, Texas is like that. You oppose raising the minimum wage because I feel that we just creep us closer to what the world looked like in Demolition Man. And the world only restaurant to be left is Taco Bell. You're right. See, what people don't get is you have and I say this, not everybody is like this, but you have a lot of people that are complaining about their lot in life, and yet they're complaining about their lot in life while they're typing on a $1,300 iPhone, wearing $200 LeBrons, driving a $50,000 car. And then they get mad at you because you're like, hey man, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. You wanna come with? And they're like, are you buying? No. And they're like, well, I can't afford to eat where you eat. Well, that's a shame. Like, I got tired of paying for people's fucking meals. Like, hey man, I'm going over here. You gonna come with me for food or what? And people will be like, are you buying? No. And I make sure to say it when I sit down with people. Yeah, by the way, we're on separate checks. And people look at me like, excuse me? Yeah, we're on separate checks. I want her to know that right from the very beginning. Because you've screwed me in the past. It's cool to say, yeah, you want to meet for lunch when you think I'm paying for it. Now, if I'm offering to take you to lunch, hey man, I want to go to lunch. I'll take you out to lunch. I'll pay for your meal. Let's go to Longhorn. You'll notice what I didn't say is, where do you want to go? If I'm paying for your meal, you're going where I want. If I'm paying for this fucking meal, I'm eating what I want. I don't really like Longhorn. Oh, it sucks for you then. I'm going to Longhorn. See you later. I think those on minimum wage will eventually be, do you want to go to lunch does not mean I'm paying. Let me take you out to lunch means I'm paying. Right. I think those on minimum wage will eventually be priced out due to inflation. So I'm not sure how that would work out. But minimum wage is not meant for long-term career. It is meant for a long-term career. Minimum wage is meant for a long-term career. We've got to get out of this fucking habit of saying minimum wage job is not meant for a long-term career. Minimum wage jobs are meant for people to do. Who does them is a different story. If minimum wage jobs are not meant for people to do, and they're only meant for high school people to do, then McDonald's shouldn't be open during the school day. Minimum wage jobs are meant to give you a minimum existence. Minimum wage jobs are meant for minimum sustainment of life. You do not have enough teenagers to float through every minimum wage job. Correct. Minimum wage jobs are meant to be done by people who don't have the formal education and or skill set to obtain higher paying jobs. Correct. I told a guy in this community a couple of years ago, get off, because I don't give a shit. If you're going to complain about your lot in life, then I'll put a boot in your ass. I say, get off your fucking lazy ass. Anybody can learn to weld. Get your fucking local community college catalog. Most welding classes have a section held at night. Get a fucking job. Go get your fucking welding certification. Got his welding certification, went from earning like $13 an hour to $18 an hour. Started making $18 an hour, but went to the advanced welding class. Didn't do him any good for about a year. Year later, promotion at the company he worked for because he knew how to do other welds. And then he became a trainer. There you go. But that requires you to actually give a shit. That goes back to what you're saying about go get more skills. But the magic part of just develop more skills doesn't work. Who certifies that you have that new skill? Oh, the community college does, because you completed welding class. You completed advanced welding class. People gotta learn, if you're being promised something by the government, it's not free. If everyone gets more skills, the job will go down. No, they won't. No, they won't at all. We don't have enough people doing those jobs. We talked about it earlier. Why is ground beef getting so expensive? Well, ground beef is getting more for now. Dude, Magnus. You will not be alive to live in a world to experience the problem where we fill every job we need. You will be dead, turning to dust. What people have to understand is the solution to this economy is not a 10-year fix. It's not a 20-year fix. It's not a 30-year fix. This economy, this country has got to have a 50-year plan. It depends on how quickly corporations start shedding headcount for AI. They won't. Because AI can do a lot of things, but AI still can't do simple math. AI can do a lot of things, but AI still draws people with 7 fingers on one hand and feet on their other hand. You can do a lot of things with AI right now, but you need to do the things with the AI. I'm going to lower the number of size options and bring back a boom in tailoring. I work in a place where one brand has both XXL and 2X's different sizes. 2X is meant to be XXL. No, it's not. No, it's not. XXL and 2XL are two different things. Those are not synonyms. I'm not thinking what AI can do in 5 years. Yes, I am. I am absolutely thinking about what AI can do in 5 years. AI cannot make decisions yet. No, 2XL and XL is 2XL, 3XL are it depends everywhere where you're talking about, But 2XL, when you have the number 2, that does not increase the length of the sleeves in a shirt. So when you have, if you didn't know this about tailoring, and thank God I had a father who ingrained this shit into my brain, because I would need it one day. So an XL is chest plus arm length, right? So when you go to an XXL, you increased the chest size, but you also increased the arm length, because the expectation is that the XXL is for someone who is taller. Because, as you know, your arm length is based on your height. Fingertip to, unless you're a fucking abnormality, your height, right? Your height from foot to the top of your head should be the same length as your wingspan from middle fingertip to middle fingertip. So what do you do when you've got somebody who's barrel chested? Well, that person doesn't want an XXL because they're 5'11" and stocky. So they need an XL for the length of the sleeves, but they need more room in the chest. So that's where a 2XL comes in. The length is based on an XL's length, but the chest is larger for the barrel-chested men. That's why a lot of people get confused when they see XL, XXL, 2XL, and they're like, well, we don't have an XXL, but we have a 2XL. Well, that's great, but when the guy puts it on, it's to fucking there on his sleeves. He's like, and it's too baggy in the chest. Be like, a 2XL and an XXL are different sizes. Do I agree that we should name them something different? Absolutely. I guess it's a good job I just slapped the label on the waxy bag then. There you go. It's like, not to be humorous or anything, not to be funny, but one of the jobs when I knew I needed something to do my whole life. My uncle, who's dying in a hospital, he's a bra maker. He's a custom bra maker. And as a young man, I thought that was going to be the coolest job ever. Like, as a young man, I thought, hey man, I get to stare at titties all day. That'd be a good job, because you gotta look at the titties when you're making a custom bra. And there's women out there who don't know bra sizing. And don't go to Victoria's Secret, because they're fucking dumb. Yeah, you take your bust size and your under bust size, do the math, and the differential in math is how many letters you go. And then once you have that, you go, like, you got a bust size to 34 and an under bust to 30. Your differential is 4. A, B, C, D. So 30D. Language models will not make shit up. Okay, that's a lie. Language models will make shit up. Language models will yes, they will. Language models will straight make shit up. They will straight make up links. They will give you a link and tell you it's a fact. And then they'll apologize for it. They might give you incorrect data, but the data comes from now. So here's, interestingly enough, right? Trained from bad data, but you just said language models. You just said language models won't make shit up. That's interesting that you said language models won't make shit up, because my language model just admitted it will make things up. The language model literally just said, do learning language models ever just straight make things up, like hyperlinks they think should exist? Yes, absolutely. Large language models can and sometimes do fabricate details, including hyperlink citation, document titles, quotes, statistics that sound plausible, but they don't exist. This behavior is called hallucination in AI research. Here's what's going on under the hood. They don't know facts. They predict a likely word based on patterns from their training data. And you're right, it is based on training data. When asked for something that looks like a fact, the model will generate what looks syntactically and stylistically an invented but realistically looking link. That's why I always use verifiable hyperlinks or explicitly label something as unverified. And that's because my AI model has been told and trained, and it has rules. Do not make up citations. So if what the hell did I call it? It is called personal assistant rules. So when I ask ChatGPT for something and I don't think it's accurate, I say, please load my personal assistant rules and verify. And it'll go back through and it'll verify. I've also, in my personal assistant rules, it says, I would rather you disagree with me than blindly agree with me. I want you to challenge everything so I get smarter. But you are right, it is based on the data they're trained from. But they will make up citations. That's why a lawyer got disbarred. A lawyer submitted a legal brief and it had AI-generated content in it. ChatGPT is confirmation biased unless you tell it not to be. Yes, you have to give it instructions to challenge you. And I don't think we're 5 years away from a solution with that, unless we don't allow the language models to learn from user interactions. Because ChatGPT, for some odd reason, loves Reddit. It loves to quote Reddit. It loves to quote Reddit. Yeah, why it chooses Reddit? Reddit data was widely used in the early training of many language models. Reddit should not have been used for fucking training any language models. Grok is less liberal, so it's good. Man, you got fucking problems. Nobody is 100% conservative or 100% liberal. It can't be liberal or conservative. Grok can't be liberal or conservative. It can only give you, it doesn't have a political opinion. And it can only give you back information based on what it was trained on. And if it wasn't trained on both liberal and conservative data, then it's giving you a biased view. Even the best people have biases. Like the guy that came in here the other day and wanted to argue with me about chemical addiction versus psychological addiction. And he just could not get it through his head that the shit he was saying was wrong. And sometimes I want to put a camera, like I want to clip a camera to the back of my chair, or like somehow have a camera so that you guys can see the screen I'm looking at. This guy comes in and he wants to start arguing with me about chemical addiction versus psychological addiction. Now, just because I trained, that's 99% of people. When you argue, you never admit you're wrong. The problem is people come into my show and they don't bother to ask me what my background is. They don't bother to understand that for a year, within the last 3 years, I was finishing up my counselor certification where I was focusing on addiction. Look, I will be the first person to tell you, you can be chemically addicted to a lot of fucked up shit. You can't be chemically addicted to weed. And then we had a guy who came in here and he deals with addiction. I think he might still be here. And he's like, when we went back and forth for a few minutes, he's like, yeah, you're right. I think that's wrong. Okay, you're wrong. You cannot be chemically addicted to weed because your body, stop. You cannot be chemically addicted to weed. You can be psychologically addicted to weed. You cannot be chemically addicted to weed and only weed, and here is why. The 24 hours after you take your last artificial cannabis dose, your body immediately begins producing the chemicals it needs to send the signals. No other thing that you're chemically addicted to can your body recover as that quickly. When you are chemically addicted to substances, your body stops producing those substances and in many cases will not start again. You begin sending the appropriate signals for your body for hunger, sleep, mood, time within 24 hours of quitting artificial cannabis. You cannot die from cold turkey cannabis because your body replaces the chemical within 24 hours. You can die from alcohol, dens tremens. If you're drinking 30 drinks a day and you stop tomorrow, you'll fucking die. They usually put you on gabapentin. You are correct. THC, the main chemical in marijuana, affects your brain's dopamine system. You are correct. What it does is it gums up your receptors. And because your body sends signals along that system as lizard, lizard, lizard. That's how your body pulses on that system. What weed does, long-term use of weed, is the weed puts its thumb on the doorbell. And it just keeps the button pushed down. You stop taking artificial cannabis. Within 24 hours, the thumb comes off the doorbell. Now you've gummed the shit out of the receptor. So your body is like, lizard, one got through. Lizard, one got through. It's why for the first couple of days you can't sleep, you're not hungry, or you're ravenously hungry. You can't be chemically addicted to it. Psychologically addicted to it, abso-fucking-lutely. But chemically addicted, if your body starts fixing itself within 24 hours and has the whole problem fixed within 28 days, that's not a chemical addiction. Now, some people will say, well, I know people that were addicted to drugs and so just ban weed. No, why? Why ban weed? It's such a fucking stupid statement. Ban weed. So you'd rather have people chemically addicted to benzodiazepines and opioid painkillers? Why ban weed? Weed's not bad. Doctors don't have to you don't need to be under a doctor's supervision to use it as a replacement for Percocet or Vicodin or morphine or codeine. Yeah, the only reason why, no, it wasn't even, Warhead, it wasn't even the tobacco industry. It was the fucking cotton industry. Weed was banned because of fucking hemp. The cotton industry didn't want to compete with hemp for sacks. Now, tobacco industry was a big reason it stayed banned all these years, but we banned it because we didn't want hemp. I hate when people say, well, just ban it then. Dude, it smells terrible. It's awful for health. Lots of underage people get into it after become legal. So it smells terrible. It's awful for the health. No, it's not. What's awful for your health about it? Let's go, man. You had a talking point. What's your point? Actually, you quit nicotine 18 days ago. I thought quitting wouldn't be that bad. I can't imagine quitting something worse. You're right. Sugar is worse. Quitting sugar is harder than quitting nicotine. What are the health effects of... No, not every smoke is bad, Magnus. Tobacco smoke isn't bad for you. I know this is going to sound weird. Tobacco smoke isn't bad for you. It does not affect your memory. It does not affect your attention. It absolutely the fuck does not. That's absolute fucking propaganda bullshit. It doesn't affect your memory any more than fucking alcohol does. Doesn't affect your attention span any more than sugar and nicotine does. If you're gonna have an opinion on something, no, inhaling smoke is not bad for you. Tobacco smoke isn't bad for you. I mean, of course, it's not good for you, but it's all the fucking chemical additives, the fucking pesticides. Oh, it exposes the lungs to harmful chemicals and tar. Weed doesn't. Weed burns at a different temperature. I think before you have an opinion on something, you really need to dig into it. Also, you're stuck on the smoking part of it. What about tablet form? What about capsule form? What about liquid form? You're all for banning a product. Yeah, smoke inhalation is bad for you because it's smoke. Because it's smoke. But what temperature is wood burning at? What are you inhaling? See, when you burn a cigarette, you're getting all the shit that they put into the tobacco to make it more addictive. And I'm all for saying let's ban it. But then let's ban tobacco, alcohol, sugar. Let's ban sucrose. Yeah, if we're gonna ban any one of the products, let's ban all four. Yeah, everything. Yeah, everything put in all the additives in tobacco is what fucking kills you. Also, yeah, tobacco as a medicine, the tobacco plant as a medicine, you don't smoke it in that regard. But see, what I'm against is people that, yeah, you're a fructose enjoyer. Exposing your lungs to just the air we breathe daily isn't good. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I'm pro-drug legislation, like all of them, even harmful ones, but there should be some form of authority to make sure people aren't forced or manipulated to take them. I'm all for free will. I'm not. Because there is not a world I want to live in where people can legally do heroin. There is not a world I want to live in where people can legally do crack. There is not a world I want to live in. Like, I'm cool if we start talking about, should people be allowed to go to a parlor to enjoy chemical-induced delirium? I'd be willing to entertain that. I would be cool with people being able to take X if it was produced by the government. Why can't people choose? Because they're not choosing what they wish to do with their bodies when you're doing things like heroin and crack. Alcohol doesn't smell like shit. I recommend you open up a bottle of Everclear. That'll put some hair on your chest. I'm not a big fan of for the public. Again, you're saying you want to ban marijuana, but there's 4 ways to ingest it, and you're not supposed to smoke it in public anyway. I'm allowed to smoke it in public. Many do, and they're not supposed to. I legally can. There is nothing a cop can do to me if I blaze a joint right in front of him. All he can do is ask me for my medicine card. There you go. I'm allowed to carry 2.5 grams on me at any time. And people can't stop me. I can smoke it anywhere. I'm allowed to drive on it. Ironically, I'm allowed to drive. I'm allowed to drive while high. But I can't drive and get high at the same time. As far as, aren't you taking away their free will? Until it affects only you, you should be able to do it. Right, but there are drugs. I can drive high. I can drive after consumption of X amount of weed. The same as you can drive after the same amount of consumption of alcohol. Just like you can have 3 drinks and get behind the wheel of a car, I can have X amount of THC in my system and still drive. Some of these people are blitzed out of their mind. Magnus, what's really gonna fucking scramble your noodle, man, is half the time that I'm doing my show, I'm still high from my usage as a painkiller. So when people say it affects your memory or it affects your attention span or it affects your intellect or it affects these things, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm responsibly high though. You're right. You're absolutely right. But when people start making up these bullshit excuses, they're wrong. Because I'll go to the fucking debate about why we should keep the shit legal high and still win the argument. But now I want to get back to what this person said because I respect what they said. Until it affects only you. I think you meant to say until it affects somebody other than you. Very few people want to do drugs that are going to affect, that they know would affect other people. I don't think there's a lot of people that want to run around and do heroin. I think a lot of people do heroin because they can't get their hands on anything else. I will never advocate for the legalization of heroin. I will never advocate for the legalization of crack. Coke, maybe. Maybe. I am not against the idea of people being able to do ecstasy if it was made clean by the government and you couldn't drive afterwards. I wouldn't have a problem if we created ecstasy dens. You show up, you drop your ex, you're in a club, you're locked in till 6 a.m. Your buzz is gone. Anybody having medical problems, we're there. So like legal raves, I would have no problem with legal sanctioned raves. But I don't think we need to have legal cooked meth. Now, for those that don't know this, meth is not only legal, it's prescribed to kids with ADHD. Did you know that? No, not exactly. Adderall isn't exactly meth. It kind of is. 80% of the people addicted to weed know of its harms and wish they weren't as addicted. No, that's a bullshit statement. As a person who worked in addiction, you pulled that statement out of your ass. I'm gonna need you to cite that statement. I'm gonna need you to cite that citation, Empire, because that's a bullshit statement. Okay, he's not a source. He is not a scientist. He's not a counselor that deals with addiction. He hasn't written books on addiction. He's a fucking moron. Because 80% of the people addicted to weed know of its harms, but I've already told you all the harms you've listed are all bullshit statements. Am I exhibiting any of those fucking detriments that you mentioned? The answer is no. Desoxyn is the FDA approved version of methamphetamine. Adderall is not methamphetamine. Adderall is amphetamine. It's not methamphetamine. So Adderall is a cousin of meth, but it's not meth. It's not a sibling. It's a cousin. Yeah. Methamphetamine is a methylated form of amphetamine. But no, there is literally they for the kids that have obesity and treatment resistant ADHD, they're literally taking meth. But since it's clean meth and it's not being made with Drano and Benadryl, the kids aren't losing their teeth. See, that's the other thing that yeah, Germany to France in 3 days. Yeah. But I kind of wish that we would put more money into treating ADHD. Honestly, though, I think a big treatment for ADHD is Sister Mary fucking Francis. Sister Mary Francis didn't have time for no ADHD fucking D. She just slap you with a yardstick. I don't have time for your bullshit, neither does God. Like, damn, those were the days. I saw you say one more thing. But no, I think as long as... I think the middle ground is... I don't care when people... alcohol kills your body, weed kills your soul. No, the fuck it doesn't. No, the motherfuck it does not. Where do you get this bullshit? Where the fuck do you get this? Do you think God is gonna be mad at me because I fucking used weed? Where the fuck do you get that? God's gonna be like, hey Jay, you did a lot of charity work. You raised a lot of money for kids. I gotta send you to hell because you used weed. And I'll be like, gotcha, bitch. I'm an infallible creature. You made me exactly how I am. I believe your son died for my sins. Now let me in. And he's gonna be like, shit. Demonic attorney, contract loophole. I gotta let him in. That's why God doesn't banish anybody and tell them they can't come into heaven. Because God said everybody can come to heaven. Weed doesn't kill your soul. Nothing kills your soul. Nothing kills your soul. Stop that shit. Nothing kills your soul. Weed makes you a loser. It makes you lazy. People addicted to weed aren't motivated. They don't care about anything other than weed. Hey, genius, you don't even have $1 million in the bank. I have multiple millions of dollars in the bank. I'm retired. I retired at 37. I use weed. So now, to take your statement of all the things that you just said that are fucking wrong, like, how many of the things you just said wrong that are on a fucking terrible level? How much money have you raised for charity this year? Because that's my motivation. I care about a lot of things other than weed. Video games, my kids, my grandkids, my little cousin whose parents are dying, doing this show. So, how do you defend your statement now? Because if you're gonna run around and say people that use weed are losers, but I've accomplished way more in my life than you have, weed's my excuse for why I haven't accomplished more. What's your excuse? I'm a wait with bated breath for this answer. No, Warhead, I believe your son died for my sins doesn't give you carte blanche because, remember, the other part of that was you have to believe you're a fallible creature and that you are going to sin, but you're not allowed to sin. If you deliberately choose to sin, then you don't believe Jesus died for your sins. It's not the big loophole. Baptists believe that they're infallible, but they don't sin on purpose. Now you notice, guys, people make these big statements about weed users, and then when you challenge them on why they're not more successful, they got nothing. See, this is the part of, if you want to say you don't like weed, just say I don't like weed. It compromises the integrity of your mental faculties. And I think that it's wrong that you can just numb your pain. And I think that sobriety is something that should be experienced. Okay? So let me ask you this then. That's not the question I asked you. Why did you dodge the question I asked you? Because I have a master's degree and 3 undergraduate degrees in history, political science, and electrical engineering, focusing on biomedical technology. I served in the United States Air Force. I've written numerous papers, defended numerous plans. Why should I have to live through debilitating nerve pain that isn't the result of anything I did? Why are you okay with me being addicted to benzodiazepines to deal with my anxiety, and Percocet or Vicodin, which will destroy my internal organs, because I can't get through a day with this debilitating pain without something? But the other question was, you down there, you said that anybody that uses weed is a loser and it kills your motivation, but you haven't achieved as much as I have in life. So what's your excuse? Why have you not accomplished more than me? It's a great thing that you get to decide how I manage my pain. It's also funny that you would rather me take about approximately $39,000 a month in pain treatment that comes out of your tax dollars. I don't think political science is a valuable degree. What degrees do you have, genius? It's funny that you want to keep dodging my question. So what college degrees do you have? I'm defensive because you won't defend your position. And I'm not defensive at all. I'm offensive because I believe the best defense is a good offense. You don't think political science is a valuable degree. I just don't like weed. Okay, that's fine. You had the opportunity to say, I just don't like weed before you took a shot at me. Now you took a shot at me. You don't have $1 million in the bank, but I'm the loser? Yeah, also, thank you, Supra. It is funny. You came to a fucking Twitch category called politics, but you think a person that's hosting a show about politics, having a degree in political science, and being able to teach you the difference between, I don't know, a republic and a democracy is a bad thing. Because I want to help you out, right? If a political science degree is useless, who the fuck teaches people civics? What it sounds to me like is you just got to hate on towards the world because you're your own worst enemy and you can't climb the corporate ladder or the success ladder, and you're mad that what you see on the screen right now, that you write me off as a fucking junkie. You're mad that a junkie is higher up the ladder than you. And you're mad that a world exists where a fucking junkie is more successful than you. And if that's the case, damn, that sucks for you. I also want to thank you, though, because you said you think that would be communistic. Nothing I said would be communistic. Not a fucking thing in the world that I just said would be communistic. Nothing I said had anything to do with communism. Yeah, he doesn't have a college degree. He's mad at his lot in life. He thinks that having a degree in political science is useless, although it's what gets people commissioned in the United States military. It's what we need our politicians to have. Yeah. We need people that teach civics, but we don't want people like, you're the walking, talking poster child of what's wrong with the American education system. Because your civics teacher was probably a coach who didn't care about politics We care about kicking butt. Everybody should be more successful than I am. I have to take a fucking handful of pills just to get up in the morning. When you challenge people with how many millions do you have in the bank, they say you don't need millions in the bank to have financial freedom. You aren't responsible for others. You have consequences for every action. If I decide to murder someone, I go to jail. You can't change anything about that. This isn't just about weed. It can be about anything. The problem is that, to go back to your point, because I think you bring up a good point about personal freedom, and I'm sorry that your point got lost, because I think you make a really good point. The problem is I don't want to endorse a couple of things. Number one, I would be okay if you want to be, I would be okay if you had to have a bracelet on that said what drugs you're on. And I think that if you want to run around like, PCP is never going to be legal because it causes you to freak out and kill people. Think we can agree PCP and bath salts got to be right out. That doesn't mean I wouldn't meet you halfway and say, if people want to do PCP, we can't maybe work on a drug that gives them the same effect, right? I don't think crack and heroin should be made readily available, not because I want to take away people's free will. I want to know what flavor of high do they want to get to, and then let's get them there without all the dirty after effects. I think where I got and I meant to pay more attention to you, and so I do apologize. And if you ask my community, I very rarely apologize to people. So I do apologize to you because you make a good point, and I don't want to stifle that. Because I think you do make a good point about personal freedom. I just think that knowing what we know about meth, heroin, crack, bath salts, it's going to be a hard sell for you to sell me that people want that. I think people end up taking those. Do I agree that legalizing those drugs would kill all the smuggling, trafficking, violence funded by it through tradition? No, not at all. Not in the slightest. Because I know people in my state that still illegally sell weed. But weed is legal. Weed is legal in my state and people still sell it. Trafficking. Some trafficking, yes. I will say that if you made it legal, the amount of trafficking would go down. Smuggling, probably not as much. Trafficking, yes, because trafficking then would be the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Violence funded by it. Violence in America? Violence in some parts of America would probably go down, yes. But violence in other parts of the world would go up. And I don't want a solution that just outsources our violence. Depending on the drug, violence would go up. Not necessarily, because if you could go, like, say for example, you could get ecstasy legally. Well, ecstasy appeals to certain people because they want that particular feeling. And I don't see, other than bad ex, bad cook, killing people, if we could make clean X and tax it and create an industry around it, I don't see a problem with it. I don't see a world where people want to be high on crack. I don't see a world where people want to be high on heroin. I don't know. I see people knocking themselves on horse tranquilizers, so I don't know what feeling they're looking for. Well, to answer that question for you, Magnus, as a person, I worked with a person who was addicted to ketamine. They don't want to feel anything. That's why they knock themselves out on ketamine. People that take ketamine, the addicts of ketamine, because ketamine is dirty, man. Ketamine doesn't feel good except for a certain group of people who need that to reprogram their brain. In fact, there are people who are prescribed large doses of ketamine every few months to rebalance their brain chemistry. It's not a traditional course of treatment. It requires a lot of elimination of other potential sources. But I do know a girl who every couple of months, she goes and she's an inpatient for one full day. She gets her dose of ketamine and it reprograms her brain. And then it levels her out for several months. And then when she starts to have symptoms again, that's her protocol. That's her treatment protocol. It's not a common one. It's the same as prescribing Desoxyn for ADHD. You're not going to walk into your prescriber's office and say, hey, I need that legal meth shit for my kid. The doctor's going to be like, no, we have like 13 drugs we have to go through before we even start talking about that. And most kids get squared away on Adderall or Ritalin. And they're fine. Yeah. Ketamine can numb the pain, but it doesn't fully numb the pain. It just brings it down to an approximate level of having a bone set without painkillers. It's just like why some people want to be on Valium for well, they did do it. It's not Canada, it's Oregon. And my subject matter expert on that is not available. He's on vacation. But yeah, in Oregon, they didn't legalize all the drugs. They decriminalized all the drugs. So what that was is they weren't going to arrest you for using them. And what happened? Society turned into a shithole. Now, part of it isn't a fair study. Because, and I'm sure our free will advocate will agree with me, when you only make one place in America decriminalized for all the drugs, you're going to have a disproportionate number of people migrate to that area. So what you're doing is you're concentrating a problem. If you didn't concentrate the problem, it probably wouldn't have been as bad. I'm willing to meet people somewhat of the way. You wanna smoke opium. You want to go to an opium den. Again, I think if there were some protocols put into place, I wouldn't be against legalized opium. I wouldn't be against opium dens. As long as every person. Why though? Why not help them make their life better? What? Okay. Why do you care? If that isn't a consenting adult who wants to go to an opium den periodically, why do you care? If a person is an adult, the argument for legalizing substance is that it will bring addicts out into the open and make it easier for them to get the help they need. Yes, because people are doing drugs right now. Let me tell you, Magnus, and then I gotta start thinking about getting out of here. I have clients that have given me permission to talk about their stories. I had a pair of clients, husband and wife. I couldn't see them at the same time because they had mutual restraining orders. And so I had to always make sure that they were scheduled in such a way that one was gone and completely gone before the other one would be on premises. They had kids. They both loved their kids. Nothing in any of their interviews, any of their intakes, any treatment sessions indicated to me that they didn't love their kids. They just, no, they were both on the same day, but like one was at 9 o'clock and one was at noon. So that I couldn't have one there at 9 and the next one at 10 because they'd see each other in passing. So it was like I always had to be careful that I knew where they were scheduled. So like, no, you can't, hey, I can't make my noon appointment. Yeah, your mom loved you, but she loved drugs more. And with these two, I spent a lot of time walking through, you can't love your kids if you love drugs more. But the problem is we don't teach people in school what having a kid means. Like, I will say this, and I mean this with all level of sincerity. I want to put $100 billion into a birth control pill for men. I want to put $100 billion into research for a fucking insert device for men that instead of giving them a vasectomy and cutting the tube altogether, I want to create a way for men to have a fucking phone app that they can keep the damn shut or the damn open. Look, I'm serious when I say this. I want to put $100 billion into research so that we get better at performing vasectomies, so that boys as young as 16 can choose to go have a vasectomy. And then when they're ready to have kids, they go have it. They go have their the vasectomy reversed. Did she buy cigarettes over food? Probably not. People that are addicted hurt kids. You're right. Use a condom. It ain't that deep, except condoms break. Condoms slip off. Or why are you against this? I thought your whole shtick was personal freedom. I think right here, I think I just blew a hole in your whole theory. You're like, oh, your solution is just use condoms. Okay. Well, then the solution to legalize all drugs is just do the legal ones. Tobacco, alcohol, cannabis. Isn't your response of just use a condom and ain't that deep automatically self-defeating to your opinion that people should be able to do whatever they want? See, I think we change the world by not having the world filled up with a bunch of kids that men don't want. Men don't want the kids. Then let's stop. Let's take the argument out of the hands of, well, don't have sex if you're not ready to have a kid. Okay, well, let's level the playing field. Let's make it so both men and women can decide if they want kids or not. Because right now, as I said, I had a girlfriend. We were a fiance. We were together for 2.5 years. When we started, I didn't want kids. She didn't want kids. When we started, no kid discussion. Then she comes to me 2.5 years into our relationship and she says, I want to talk to you about having kids. I said, I am not interested in having kids. I don't want kids. No, I ended up having kids after, but at that junction of my life, I was like, I'm not interested in having kids. I don't want kids. And she's like, well, I've decided I want kids. And I said, well, that creates a really awkward situation for our sex life, doesn't it? And she said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, now I can't trust that you're on your birth control. And I'm not really interested in going back to wearing condoms. So now we're at an impasse. Because I don't think it's right that you can change your mind for both of us. Yeah, kids are an and gate, not an or gate. Now you said weed is okay, alcohol is okay, but people addicted to them that have kids, come on, there's no situation that is good for them and they don't have a choice. You're right. You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. There is no situation, and by the way, it doesn't matter if you're picking the cigarettes over the food. If you have kids, unless your family is completely well off, you're smoking away food. Cigarettes ain't cheap. Booze ain't cheap. I get it. We need to take care of kids. I want to come up with a way. I want to come up with a way that men don't have kids if they don't want kids. I think that solves a lot of our problems in our society. And even if you get them taken away, they're still screwed in many cases. Yeah, like I was talking about this couple. They both wanted to get their kids back. They both had to complete their addiction training. They both had to complete their domestic violence course. But the problem was that they both were like, I love our kids, but I can't cope with the world. So I do drugs. And I said, well, then it's good that your kids aren't with you, because while kids bring joy to your life, kids bring stress to your life. And I'm not saying that kids bringing stress to your life, it's okay for you to, it's okay. It's the kids bring stress to your life, so it's okay to do drugs, because kids don't bring necessarily a bad stress to your life. Anxiety can be good, or anxiety can be bad. Do you know what happens when you legalize a drug? The addicts say it's legal, so it's okay. Magnus, alcohol is not okay. Alcohol is not okay, but it's legal. I never say it's legal, so it's okay. I say, like everything else, you have to use it, you know, you have to use it appropriately. You also need to be able to cope with the world because it's your job to get your kids prepared for said world. How would you do that if you use escape mechanisms? That's the fucking answer right there. See, this is the fucking answer, right? This is the answer right here. This is what we need to be teaching. That's what we need to be teaching in schools. Having a child is an 18-year commitment. Having a child is an 18-year commitment, not to the mother or father of the child, to the child. That's what we need to teach in school. We don't teach family values in school. And you can teach generic family values that don't play on one morality or another morality. I'm fine with people having any number of kids, but unlike other issues, it affects others. It affects taxpayers. Who's paying for all that child support and welfare? Well, I have 5 kids and nobody taxpayer-wise paid for them. Lots of people have kids, they don't get food stamps or rent assistance or any of that. We got to not use one brush to paint every situation. We have to be really, 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 really careful. Who is paying for all the drugs? They do. Yes, with our money, or no. What are you talking about? We don't give people drugs. Not to be pandemic, but if any of your kids went to public school at any point, others paid taxes to fund that public school. Yes, they did, but I paid way more in fucking property taxes than most people have. I paid taxes for many years before I had kids, and I will continue to pay taxes for many years after I have kids. When you add up the total amount of fucking property taxes that I've paid over the years I've owned my properties, and you divide that by 4 kids that went to public school, so I will have used the public school system for 32 years in total with my 4 kids. Well, 30, 31, 30, 29. 29 years with my kids, I will have paid way more than it would have cost me to send my kids to private school. My mom and sister didn't pay for their drugs and they had no jobs to do it. Right, but the taxpayers didn't pay for it. That's with the we. We don't pay for, the taxpayers don't pay for people's drugs. People pay for people's drugs. That's why you never give addicts money. You give addicts the direct help they need. Anyway, speaking of addicts, I'm fat and I'm addicted to food. So I'm going to go have lunch. And you guys, I'm going to see on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.